I'm bringing some background noise that comes from here. Randy will be happy with that. Yes, good morning. We're in Dallas, which is a good place to be. And the sound is good, not good, or we're testing that actually. We talk about things about the planet. Joseph, what do you think? I see people nodding. That's good news, I guess. Hey, who's having his pants corrected? Good.
I think we're on. I think we're live, honey.
We're waiting. This one. Good morning. Welcome at the EarthX Solution Stage here in Dallas. And welcome to Ed Begley. Ed, I need to ask you, we're in Dallas. How did you get here?
How did I physically get here today?
Yes. There's a reason why I asked that.
Well, I came in a flight. I took a plane. I used to drive cross country, but I'm getting to an age now I don't feel as confident in my driving. I drive an electric car here, but now I've learned to compromise, and I felt it was more important that I be here. And I bought some carbon offsets for my trip, and you do the best you can. That's the best you can do.
Well, isn't that so? And of course, I applaud you for all the examples you already have given to the world. You were that has been a main part of your life.
Yeah, I started in 1970, and there was a lot of reason to get involved back then. I grew up in smoggy LA, and we didn't need a study about the healthcare costs for smog. We lived it every day. People had emphysema and asthma and lung cancer and stuff from that dirty air. And so one of the goals that they stated after the first Earth Day, I said, what are you going to do? It's just one day a year. What do you do the rest of the year? They said, we're going to clean up the air, we're going to clean up the water. And I knew the air needed some help, and so did the waterways in and around LA and the oceans near LA.
What I find interesting in your story is you start with air pollution. And I always wonder why today, when we talk about the environmental challenges, we always talk about global warming.
we talk about, global warming as that's the more passé way to describe it now. It's climate change because it's kind of global weirding. You have more storms, stronger storms, and things like that. But certainly if we interrupt the Gulf Stream and temperatures in the United Kingdom and Ireland and what have you.
I get that, but what I find so inspiring in your story, you were triggered to start taking care of the environment and focus on that issue because of air pollution in Los Angeles 50 plus years ago, which is a very good thing to do. But air pollution is something we all, suffer from, if you like. That is a uniting issue.
And you're right.
As it turns out, climate change is not a uniting issue, it's a dividing issue.
Right. And, it's a great success story in the environment, the story of Los Angeles and air pollution. Even though we have 4 times the cars in LA since 1970 and that first Earth Day, 4 times the cars, millions more people, we have a fraction of the smog. We cleaned it up. All the stuff we hoped would work did work. Cleaner tailpipes, cleaner factories, backyard barbecues even became cleaner. Everything that we did, big and small, led to cleaner air, even with those large amounts of people buying new cars and what have you. It's a big success story. And our waterways are a big success story. The way we clean up the Hudson River, that doesn't happen anymore because we have the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act, and we're able to clean up the air and the water very successfully. We should be proud.
Yes, and we should celebrate those, victories, if you like. But to what extent is politics a problem for addressing the issue of climate change?
That's a good question. I try to stay away from the politics of it. If you figure we're trying to communicate something to people, to sell them on something that we feel is important, you go to the front door and you get people engaged on climate change. They don't want to open that door to that issue. They're just not interested in talking about that. So I go around to the side door and have a more low-pressure conversation about the following things. I don't bring up climate change. I say, how would you like to clean up the air in our cities like Houston, Bakersfield, and LA, lessen our dependence on foreign oil, and put money in our pockets? I never mentioned climate change 1 second. We can do those 3 things, and by the way, you also, without maybe intending to do it, you're doing something to combat climate change if you feel it's real. If in our cities, lessen our dependence on foreign oil, put money in our pockets with the right actions.
So what kind of response do you get when you tell people that story?
What's that?
What kind of response do you get when you...
Very positive, very people on board with that. Who could be against cleaning up the air in Los Angeles or Houston? It's a good thing. Who could be against lessening dependence on foreign oil? A very good thing. Putting money in our pockets doesn't get any better than that. I learned all my environmental ethics from my father, who was an environmentalist without ever using the term. He was a conservative that liked to conserve. We saved our tin foil and string, and we turned off the lights and turned off the water. He was the son of Irish immigrants, my father was. He had lived through the Great Depression. So all that stuff came naturally to him and to me. And he died within a few days of the first Earth Day in 1970. So I did a lot of this stuff to honor him. And right away, as promised, all the stuff that I did to protect the green, if you will, of the environment, I had another kind of green that was prospering. That's that stuff called cash in my pocket. I was saving money because I did the right order. A vampire power to save energy in that way. There's lots of things you can do. Energy efficient light bulbs, energy saving thermostat, all of it together. You can save a lot of money and protect the environment.
True. You don't want to talk about politics, and you're right about that. But wouldn't it be great if somehow, sometime, there would be trains again in the United States? How's that?
Yeah, I think we have to change. I think it's very important. We're like fish in an aquarium that have learned how to nibble at the controls to the temperature and the settings in that aquarium, and we have no idea of what we've really done. And that's how we're starting to affect different important systems. I mentioned earlier something called AMOC, A-M-O-C, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, and that's part of the Gulf Stream, and that's a big one, and the people who study climate feel it's of great concern, so we should keep our eye on that and do everything that we can to, do the things I stated at the side door and we'll get some benefits at the front door as well.
So you mentioned the big success of the air pollution in your home town of Los Angeles over the past 50 years. What other big success have you witnessed?
They were found to be damaging to the ozone layer, and it created a big hole, mostly in the southern hemisphere, but a big hole in the ozone that increased UVB for increased skin cancer and what have you, and other unfortunate effects. So people said, we're going to ban CFCs. And the fear was that if you did that, you wouldn't be able to afford a refrigerator anymore. You couldn't buy an air conditioner. They'd be too expensive. And that's not the case. You can still buy refrigerators and air conditioners, and they banned CFCs, and, you know, and life and science went on. So we did that very successfully. I mentioned the Hudson River. People came back from serving our country in Vietnam to return to the line of work, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't do their job that they were employed at before they left for the service, and that was fishing. They were fishermen on the Hudson River, and the river had gotten so polluted you couldn't eat the fish. And they were talking about putting dynamite on a raft and putting it in the outfall pipe of one of these polluters. And I don't recommend any of that eco-terrorism, by the way. So they were considering doing that, and a guy named Bob Boyle said, you're talking about breaking the laws, what about enforcing the laws? There's a Safe Harbors and Rivers Act, and if we enforce that, what have you, we can get them clean up all these different outfall pipes, and they did just that. The Hudson River is a chemical substance on the river, some of it flammable, so that's been cleaned up. The Cuyahoga River is very clean now. So we can do it. We have to set our mind to it and work together.
Is technology helpful for making the environment cleaner and healthier? Technology, is that a solution?
Say that again?
Is technology a solution for climate?
I think big time. I think technology is a great solution. I've used a lot of technology in my life to make my home more efficient. You know, the wonderful science and technology of solar. I've got a nice 9-kilowatt system on the roof of my house. I've got 4 separate zones for heating and air that are highly efficient, higher SEER rating and all those HVAC units. I've got 12-inch thick walls for good insulation, double pane windows for all the glass, passive solar design in the house, reclaimed wood instead of buying new wood for the floors, on and on. All that stuff was good for the environment, also good for my pocketbook because it saved me money. My monthly bills are very low. I have a heat pump to heat my water, and a heat pump takes care of that. So there's lots of exciting technology nowadays that people are using, and I've employed a lot of it in my home, and I achieved what they call LEED Platinum status. There's silver, gold, and platinum, and LEED is like a miles per gallon rating of your home, if you will, how efficient your home is. And so we got Rachelle and I, my lovely wife there in the front row. She wanted a beautiful French Mediterranean home. That's the design she wanted. And she didn't mind if I put in the walls. In fact, she was quite happy that I put in the walls and hidden on the rooftop things that were good technology. We had the look of the French Mediterranean home, which pleased her, and the highly efficient nature of the home, which pleased me.
Well done. So, but you said, of course, you make money that way because you save a lot of energy costs. I get that part. But the investment in creating all that, the solar panels, the extra insulation, that is also serious money.
It is.
Can everyone afford to do that?
No. When people say to me, they come up to me and say, Ed, I can't afford it. You don't run up to the top of Mount Everest, you know, if you want to go achieve that peak. You know, you get to base camp and you get acclimated and you do what you can do. You pick the low-hanging fruit first. You do what's affordable to you. Many people ask me, say, Ed, I want to get solar in my house. Can you give me a number? And I write a website or a number down in hand. And they said, I asked for solar. Why did you give me a home energy audit number? I don't want a home energy audit. I said, because for every dollar you invest in reducing your demand to make your house more efficient, it'll save you $5 on the cost of your solar. So make your home more efficient first, and then you can start thinking about solar. And you have to do things in the right order, and that's very important because nobody has money to burn. And that's exactly the way I did it when I started. I'm not recommending people do anything that I had not done myself, and that's the best way to go.
You start with insulation.
Exactly. Very simple stuff. Insulation, passive solar design, you know, whatever you can afford in that area, it's going to save you a lot of money. And other technologies that you have that you're pursuing.
So what is the most exciting new opportunity that you see for environmental progress?
I think there's some stuff that I tried that I was very fascinated with and works very well. Nobody's ever. Those have been around forever, and people use them today, you know, in many homes and businesses in America. But the problem with it, you got that circulating pump running all the time, and that uses power, so you're using power to do that. And you're also, in effect, cooling the water by running it through the cooler underneath the house. So there's that. But what if you had a sensor in each room, like the bathroom and the kitchen, if you had a motion sensor, and that's just what it has. It has a motion sensor up in the ceiling. You walk into the kitchen, it turns on the circulating pump then and then only. So when you're asleep or you're out of the house, you don't have a circulating a shower to fill it up with water to use it in the garden later, doing all kinds of cumbersome things. But this system called Act on Demand, and I have no financial interest in this company, I'm just telling you who's doing good stuff out there. But they make that system, which is highly efficient and you know, good in every way. Saves a lot of water, saves a lot of energy, and stuff like that. People try that and they really are impressed with it.
Ed, you've been an environmentalist for over half a century, and that you're indeed one of the early ones, you know, leading that new important movement. What is your message?
The message is we have to work together. You know, the Clean Air Act was signed by Richard Nixon. The Clean Water Act signed by him later on the second try, I think. But we did a lot of these things together. And we have to reach across the aisle and come together to do the important work before us. You don't want to sit this one out. I think it's a big one where we're at environmentally now. You don't want to lose all the plant and animal species that we all depend on to survive. You want to protect that. And any intelligent tinkerer saves all the parts. And we want to make sure that we do that and have a healthy. Hi, I'm Ed Begley Jr., and you're watching EarthX. Hi, I'm Ed Begley, and you're watching EarthX.
Welcome to the solution stage at EarthX, where we are here now with Rachelle, actress, of course, but also environmentalist. Welcome, Rachelle.
Thank you.
So, as an actress, you know how to tell stories. You learn how to tell stories in a good way,
yes.
to inspire people.
Hopefully, yes.
So how do you tell this story of the environment in such a way that a lot of people can get enthusiastic and want to join and want to be part of it?
Well, I mean, we started telling that story with a show that we did many years ago called Living with Ed. And the way that you tell the story is you tell your authentic truth, I think. And how I came to the environment was I met a man who I fell in love with, and Ed, and up to that point, I was named after Rachel Carson, who my dad always told me I was named after Rachel Carson, the mother, I consider the mother of the environmental movement. She wrote Silent Spring about, dangers of DDT and all that. And all my life I'd heard that. And my father was the Depression again, so like Ed's father, my husband, he, saved everything and conserved. Conservative who conserved. But not until, I was very active. I've always been an activist, so I've always had causes. But when I met Ed, as a matter of fact, one of the first times I dated, we went on a double date with, I will name drop, Don Henley, great Texan from the Eagles. And I said, guys, I think this is quite, this is a safe thing to be involved with. What about poverty and social issues, global social? And Don said, without the environment, without clean water, clean air, the environment, we really don't have anywhere. We have nothing. This is the common denominator here.
And that is so true. And at the same time, if I look at the United States today, I see a country completely falling apart. There is one part that says yes, and the other part...
I come to the environmental, I stay in it because the health effects, and I don't like to get, like sexist or whatever. Women believe, take care of the family and men take care of the energy. But there is a truth to that because the effects of, smog and pollution on breast cancer. There's statistics. I don't know the statistics. My sister's the scientist. She did a whole thing on it. I have it on my computer. I look at it and go, wow. I can't rattle those statistics off, but I can tell you that there are effects. We know that. We know the brain health from people who live near, children who grew up near smog or oil derricks like in LA. There's real effects. So my story is about coming to this, the common denominator, everyone has a person they care about. Everyone has a person that's gotten cancer. Everyone has a person that's gotten some brain issues, neurological issues. And this isn't conjecture, this is fact. There is a definite effect of...
a country that is telling us that global warming doesn't even exist.
If you say global warming...
what is it, the word you use? So, a hoax. So if you start talking about health, do they say, now I get it?
Well, I don't know if the light bulb goes off in that moment, but if we talk more about it, maybe, if we can give this, if we can appeal to something, everyone has, in my opinion, we have to be affected personally. That's, people don't, it's hard to change. Change is hard. I know my own change is very hard. But I can change if it affects me personally. So that's where I want to have messaging. That's what I do, is try to get...
Let's talk about messaging. So you did the great thing of this show, Living with Ed, showing how to put solar panels on your roof and why it was not a good idea or it was a good idea, know. Great, inspiring. People get motivated, they start understanding...
Well, it was funny. It was, first and foremost, it was entertainment.
Okay, so now we have the big divide in the United States. We don't seem to be able to agree on anything. What is the show that you could make that would help, get... I want to do a show about health and wellness. And I really want, and health of, if you take care of this, you may be more willing and understand the connection, you may be more willing to take care of your environment.
health and wellness. So I do have a show about that I am pitching. One is very specific to my husband who has Parkinson's. It's ironic, isn't it? An environmentalist who got Parkinson's. He grew up in the dirty San Fernando Valley, played in DDT, because that's what they did. They used to spray the lima bean field that he lived across from. He'd play in DDT because they mist. And then, maybe some head trauma coupled with, he worked over a trichloroethylene plant, not trichloroethylene, I think it was something like that, the degreased, because it was Aerosmith out there,
Yeah.
I mean, Aerosmith is a band. Aerospace.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was listening
I
even
do
to
know, I
aerospace,
do
yeah.
know the difference sometimes. Anyway, the bottom line is, he ended up, and this is not, he has it, we all are dealing with something.
Yes, so the health issue could unite us. That's,
I think it's a way.
yeah, well, and of
Why
course,
not?
well, yeah, sure, we need to find these moments. Now,
Yeah.
you were inspired from two sides ultimately, from your father's side, and then you met your husband, to become more involved with environmentalism over time.
Right.
Over these years that you've been involved, what are the great success stories? What have you observed that you feel like, okay, this is where we really made progress?
Well, in building, well, we built a home,
Yes.
and people are building more consciously. They are thinking about certainly in Los Angeles. I don't know about the world because I only live in Los Angeles, and I see that they're more drought tolerant, landscaping. They're taking out their lawns. They're doing the things that they can do that make a difference, and it's usually about their pocketbook. No question about that. But building is one. Using cleaner products. First thing I say is go in your kitchen, go in your bathroom and look at what you have and take it out and see what are the ingredients. And you may be more interested to take care of this.
So tell me, when you met your husband, that was, you had already been in the world for a while.
Yes, I had.
So so when you met, you also were meeting at that moment somebody who was really dedicated to the environment. So what do you remember? What was your first kind of thing? What did he say? Hey, are you doing this? You're crazy. And you realized, what? What was it?
Well, the first time I ever saw him speak, he talked about riding his bicycle all over Los Angeles. And I thought, well, that's really good for you, Mr. Actor, who can afford to ride your bicycle all over. But thus, mere mortals have to, drive a car, And so, I mean, it was a little adversarial at first, needless to say. One of my first dates was like, hey, guys, this is an issue that I think is pretty, it's not realistic to me.
First world issue.
First world, yeah.
Yes. But that was the overall idea of why would we take care of that, and then you started understanding, or you were told.
I got interested in him because he was funny, he was real, and he happened to be interested in something important to me.
Which other causes have you pursued in
What
your
other
life?
what?
Other causes have you pursued?
Well, feminism, women's issues, children, obviously.
And on that, have we made progress in your lifetime on that issue?
Yes, we've 3 steps forward, 2 back, 3 steps, but we had a woman running for president. I mean, a couple of in my lifetime, and came close. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but it will one day. More women are in politics, more women are in leadership. So we have made progress.
Would the world be a better place if we had more women
Oh,
in leadership?
absolutely. Women,
You
yes.
can objectively say that.
Like 100%.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yes. Women bring people together.
Yeah, and we care about our families, we care about our body. There's things that we don't, maybe that is what it takes. Because if, caring about children in order to care about the planet, I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, men care about power too.
That's true.
And that is not so helpful.
Well, it can be out of balance.
Yeah. Who has the power in the solar home in Los Angeles where you live?
I have the aesthetic power, no question about that. He has no aesthetic sense whatsoever. But I leave all that other stuff that I'm just not as interested in. I'm not, I have to say.
And when you get guests, do you first show them the solar panels or first your designs?
The design, because I said, I want to build a home in Los Angeles that doesn't look like George Jetson, not that there's anything wrong with modern, but I want it to fit into my neighborhood, and I want no one to be able to go, well, that's an eyesore.
Yes.
Oh, you see those, I want to be able to, and I had to find a property that I could build with the south-facing roof line to get the optimum amount of sunlight on those panels.
These
And I did.
conditions were set.
Yes.
Was that a happy time?
And then, you know, that whole network went the way of the dodo. It became Planet Green, and then it became barbecue shows. Yeah. So we took what was that about? I don't know why we've decided that it's not chic or not good or not whatever, but the environment.
You're the actress, you're the storyteller. What is the story you want the world to know about the environment? I
want to know that you can do it. You can do it. We can do it, but we have to take we have to take the power. The individual, I mean, it's not, and the individual votes. So it's not just the individual, you know, changing their light bulbs. It's the individual taking a stand and going, you know, I deserve, you know, to have clean air and clean water, and it's a right. And if I focus on that, I might not focus on.
Well done.
Hi, I'm Rachelle Carson-Begley, and you are watching EarthX Television.
We go. 3, 2.
Hi, you're See, I told you.
You can do it again.
3, 2.
Hi, I'm Rachelle Carson-Begley, and you're watching EarthX. Hi, I'm Rachelle Carson-Begley, and you're watching EarthX.
Well done. We're at the EarthX solution stage with a new guest, Shannon McLinden, the founder and CEO of Farmhouse Fresh, a brand that brings cosmetics for, well, skincare, I should say, in very healthy ways. Welcome to EarthX.
Thank you for having
Shannon.
me.
So what made you decide to start a, cosmetics brand, skincare brand?
Sure. I was a runner in college, and I would my heels would crack from running and coming back inside, and I developed a body polish.
Sorry, we had an audio thing that
Okay.
you guys go on, so we'd like to re-rack and start at the beginning.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
But right there. Sure, sure. Yeah. Welcome at the EarthX Solution.
Thank you.
You started a skincare brand with healthy ingredients many years ago, actually, more than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Successful company that's
Yeah.
all over the United States. Why did you do that?
I was a runner. Oh, yep.
Brandon's gonna come up, I don't know, he's got something he said about the way he wants to ask you.
Randy is the boss.
Yes, so.
So there we only listen to the boss. Hmm? This is the solution stage at EarthX. We're talking with our next guest, Shannon McLinden, to EarthX.
Thank you.
Shannon. So you decided more than 20 years ago to launch your company to bring healthy skincare to the world. So why did you do that?
Sure. I started because I created a foot polish for myself. I was an avid jogger, and using this foot polish once a week would keep my heels from cracking. And I created the product, sent it to Oprah Magazine, and it was chosen as one of her favorite things. And so business skyrocketed, and our first calls coming in came from hotels and resorts that were wanting to use the product in spa treatments. And I really had to kind of learn the ropes. And at that time, there wasn't much in the US. We're one of the conscious companies in the United States that actually grows our organic herbs and extracts for the products, and sources within the US for sustainability.
Was she, at that time, an inspiration to you?
Yes, she was.
Let me say to our audience, Anita Roddick was the founder of The Body Shop.
Body Shop.
Started a little earlier than you
Yeah,
started with
yeah.
similar things, really?
Yes, yeah. What we actually do is a little bit different because we go farm to table, and we do that in a spa environment. So for instance, we might drizzle you in a hot honey serum and cocoon you in a whole milk and agave nectar bath soak. So we kind of bring our customers
can
on
feel
a
it.
journey. Yeah, it's really beautiful. So we actually bring customers on a journey, and we do that through facial treatments, body treatments, pedicures and manicures in about 35% of the luxury market in the US, UAE, Mexico, Caribbean.
So you know a lot about skin, of course, because that's what you focus on.
Sure.
Now, you realize that whatever you put on your skin or wherever you put it,
Right.
Enters your body.
Yes.
But for many people, that is not a very obvious thing, isn't it?
It's not. Skin is your largest organ, and so what you're actually putting on your skin is important. Might be on a salad. Applying that to the skin bypasses the liver, and so you have a direct connection to the body and how it functions. So we have a really beautiful way of making an impact on a person, and then with our company, we actually go a step farther. So. Our passion is really giving back to animals and planet, and so in addition to growing our own organic ingredients, We rescue animals with our profits. So everything from very large draft horses like Clydesdales to donkeys and miniatures and things like that. And you can actually track the batch code on your jar when you buy it. So you can see a direct connection to when that jar came off the line, exactly the rescue animals that you're helping. And it's a really beautiful, full, sustainable cycle. You can actually come to the ranch and meet the animals that you've helped rescue. And so over 21 years, we've just grown a really burgeoning, heartfelt customer tribe that loves people, loves planet, loves animals.
Well, that's well done. But the product that you create, you know, I think is more expensive than other things that you can buy in the market that do similar things for
House. And every 7 to 10 days, we're actually harvesting. So it's a 24/7 process. And those extracts go farm to bottle really quickly. I think one of the aspects about skincare that maybe people don't know as much is that many of the ingredients are provided by conglomerates. So for instance, during COVID, when everything was shut down, there were boats on the water. And so extracts will wait for months and months after they've been created from the plant. So by the time they're getting into your bottle, they're actually aged already. So for us, going farm to skin so quickly has a really rapid effect on the skin, one that spas enjoy because, you know, spa guests want to come in and spend $300 on a facial and walk out and look transformed. We can do that quite a bit with fresh ingredients, with the freshest extracts from the plant. And we do that right here in our backyard in McKinney, about 30 minutes north.
Well done. So, to give me an idea, you produce the cream, and how much later do you use it, or is it being used? Is that a month or weeks or what?
Yeah, it's within about 8 weeks. So we're growing the process, and out from that plant drips the essence of that plant. So you're getting all the nutrients and vitamins, and they're readily intact. And we focus on microgreens. So this process takes very little water. There's 0 pesticide use. It's certified organic. And so we get a very, very potent product, and that goes directly into your bottle.
So what are some of the, tell me a favorite story of yours out of 20 plus years of being an entrepreneur.
Oh my gosh, all of it. I literally am living a dream. We have a ranch in McKinney, so if you come for a tour, you can actually meet the animals that we rescue with the products. We have a spa, a retail store. We have students that come in from sustainability programs from the University of North Texas Denton. We get to really light a fire in students of how to become involved at every level of business. Something I'm really proud of is that we combine purpose with what we do and take our profits to rescue animals. So I think one of the most exciting things is something that hasn't happened yet. It's actually happening in just a couple months. You can track the batch code to the animals we rescue. We're now composting over 500,000 pounds that is generated on our rescue sanctuary property. And that is becoming rescue poo organic compost that actually will nourish plants and fields. And it's something in the way of 12 football fields of regenerated soil that we're creating. And it's something that we're so proud of. So just in a few months, you'll be able to come on up and bring home a little bag of rescue poo compost. Yeah.
As the dream continues, what are the plans for the future?
Gosh, so much. We do quite a bit of rescue work. We have saved over 1,500 animals. And so we've expanded a track library at our property. We host thousands and thousands of guests from all over the world that get to experience the love of an animal. We work very closely with organizations like the Texas Humane Legislation Network to help motivate our customers to help pass laws in the U.S. And so we're so integrated. Even our company's rewards program, if you think of like an actual skincare company, they may have in support of an equine bill like the SAFE Act. We actually provide free products when they can show proof that they've messaged their local representative. So we track bills through the house to see how many hundreds of our customers around the country have messaged their rep and how many of those reps have signed on to co-sponsor bills. And it is a profound experience seeing hundreds of thousands of customers become motivated and rally around things that matter to them and things that should matter to everyone, which is the care of the planet and the care of animals. And being able to go so much farther than just what you do for your own skin and waking up and feeling wonderful every day, you actually get to affect change. And that change is forever. It is, it's extraordinary. It really, really is a beautiful, beautiful thing to be a part of.
So, in a brief last statement, what would you say we need the most to take care of the planet?
I would love to see every corporation donate a percentage of their profits to something that they love, something that their customer tribe finds value, to donate a percentage of our profit toward these nonprofit efforts. The world would change overnight. I think you would see a dramatic, dramatic change. Most of us that go into business don't do so. I always say, like, I'm not doing this because I want to own a yacht. I truly want to expand the rescue work we're doing, help affect change with children that learn empathy, empathy for people, empathy for the world, empathy for animals, and every company could do that. Things would change so much more quickly if we all rallied around that concept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon,
It was so
good to
nice
have you
talk
here.
to you.
I'm Tracy Finara, and we are at Earthx2026, and I am here with Sweta. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Same, thank you for having me.
Of course, you have done so much climate policy, risk communication, your incredible podcast that has been so successful, which is hard to do. I want to know everything.
As you know, with your own podcast too, so from one podcaster to another, yeah, it's definitely, it's got to be a passion project, which for us it really was. So just to give kind of some context, I've known about Earthx for some time. I'm so excited to be here in this beautiful city. Really incorrect perception of Texas being too hot. It's been perfect weather. So we are so pleased that my company and organization telling good stories that are happening in the sustainability and climate space, because communication is so key to actually inspiring and amplifying and accelerating a lot of the great work that's underway here in Texas, around the country, and ultimately around the world. We know that if we are going to keep the planet from warming beyond, being able to comfortably habitate, we have got to accelerate all of the great tools in our toolkit and all of the solutions that are in the pipeline. So my organization, We Don't Have Time, that's what we do. I'm also here with my Scientista hat on. That's the name of my podcast and the name of my organization. It's all about amplifying the voices of amazing women like yourself, Tracy, and just sharing the work that is happening at the highest levels of decision making and leadership in public sector, private sector by women. And through the combination of leading with science and having more women in these roles, we are going to see some of the solutions that we're talking about here for the next week really come into fruition. And we couldn't bring it on faster.
I love that you do that, because I was in government, right? And it was very much, leadership was male, older, and it was hard to find a mentor or someone to look up to follow their path and become a leader, myself. That, because like you're saying, communication is so key to make a difference, to develop these leaders. But how did you get your start? Like, what was the moment or the event that really started your path?
Yeah, so learning about how the brain works. I mean, it's a really simple concept. Human beings are rational. And we think we are making decisions based on facts, but the reality is that there's so many other factors that are actually influencing our perceptions and ultimately our behavioral outcomes. Once I understood that as an academic studying behavioral science, I realized the application of it, especially as it relates to climate, but also it relates to health, it relates to any major global risk where humans have to make decisions that address risk, right? So if just not look at the window. Okay.
Yeah, because we've got it focused specifically, so it's a conversation.
Okay.
At this point, we just started at the beginning to get it kicked off.
Got it.
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. So Tracy's going to re-ask that question.
Right, and I'm going to remember it just perfectly.
Give us about how she got her start.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Take on communication and leadership and that connection between the two. You've done so much. What was that one moment or event that really started your path?
I'm so fascinated by human behavior and ultimately the fact that we're all irrational. It's the one thing humans have in common all over the world. Regardless of what we look like on the outside, we are still influenced by cognitive triggers that affect our perceptions around what we are worried about or don't care about. So for example, people are scared to get on planes, but they're way less scared to drive a car. Ultimately, much more fatalities associated with driving a car than getting on a plane, right? That's an example I like to use, and there's so many of those. Now, applying that same concept to something like sustainability, global sustainability, infectious disease outbreaks, food issues, there's implications for human beings being irrational and us policymakers being able to allocate accurate resources that commensurate with the reality of the risks that we as humans face. So as human beings, real risk for us right now is heat, right? It's flooding, it's hurricanes, it's all of these different impacts that accompany a planet that is warming. But if we don't get enough attention on it, we're not going to accurately allocate the right resources to protect us for that human irrationality, those incorrect perceptions, And in the case of climate change, the underreaction to a lot of the risks associated with climate change, so that ultimately we can protect ourselves, our families, our communities, from a local level all the way to a multilateral level.
Yeah, I mean, and there's two things that I thought of while you were speaking, and one of them is people's apprehension towards change and almost a refusal towards change, and the risk, the perceived risk increasing just because it's change. And then another thing is, I forgot.
Well, the perceived risk is a really good point, right? So familiarity is one of those cognitive triggers where human beings are less scared of things that are familiar. It's why we don't get worried about cardiovascular. When's the last time you were really worried about having a heart attack or a stroke, right? But that's the #1 killer worldwide, is actual cardiovascular outcomes.
Right.
And nobody cares about that in the same way or fears that because it's so familiar. Whereas something like nuclear energy sparks a lot of fear because the catastrophic potential, the fact that there has been links to accidents in the past, there's that relationship with nuclear war. And it's really important. My role as a behavioral scientist in this space is to support, like an industry like nuclear, for example, to disassociate the perception and the reality so that, in this case, nuclear technology can reach its commercial fruition, right? It can reach that is coming with, needing to address all of the impacts related to the planet. We have got to ensure that every tool is available to us, and my contribution to that is making sure that we're communicating all of that accurately. And we can't let little things like familiarity get in the way.
Right. The second thing I thought of was just the fact that climate change seems so big, right? And the impacts are a little bit, we're all contributing to it, and we think it's something that the impacts are in the future. Now, we know that the impacts are right here and now, but it's really hard for people to wrap their head around the impact that they can make on a regular basis, and for policymakers to prioritize that over something that might be, more acute and right here and now.
That's a great point, and that's a great question too. You raised this isn't happening at the moment, and it's again that inaccurate perception that climate change is in the future, it's slow moving, it's far away, and some pieces of it are slow moving and in the future, like sea level rise, which is why the risk of saltwater inundation into coastal communities isn't top of mind. And so as a community taken now to prevent risks that are coming, that we know are coming, that the data and the science have accurately, have showcased that this is what we're going to be facing, and we need to proactively protect our communities right here and right now. So I'm fully with you on that.
Yeah.
That's a critical piece of communication, is making things relevant, because people have so many other things that they have to think about and worry about, right? So.
And in America, a lot of us have the luxury of worrying about environment. But the mind-blowing thing about what you just said is that saltwater intrusion, it's happening now.
Exactly.
And it's like, I'm an environmental engineer, and what I used to say is that we're the silent superheroes. We're the ones that make your trash go away and make the water go away when you flush your toilet. And it's like a secret thing, right? And you just don't even think about it. And the truth is, if you look at water quality maps on a regular basis, you see bacteria counts spike. And we're seeing it more and more, not only because of aging infrastructure, but also the groundwater table is increasing in coastal areas because of sea level rise and saltwater intrusion, not to mention the water quality problems at the treatment plants.
Totally.
So it's happening now, and people don't know because we've always protected them from their impacts.
Right. And it allows the public to get complacent, right?
Yeah.
If there isn't a major infectious disease outbreak like a COVID, people are complacent. Nobody's really worried about it because this is the time that we create those protections and the policies. And I know that this is what you're really interested in, and what we wanted to talk about is how do we use communication to develop policies now that really protect and secure our communities. And saltwater intrusion is a great example of that. We need to raise awareness to the public so that they can get behind, ultimately money. Money is scarce. Why would you allow for a major engineering infrastructure project when there's so many other issues? That's the challenge. So I was in New York City after Hurricane Sandy, And immediately following Hurricane Sandy, there was so much interest around safeguarding New York City against another major hurricane. A few years go by, publics get complacent, infrastructure project delayed, stalled, money reallocated towards other things. That's what we need to figure out. And that's where communication science comes in, because we need to keep these types of safeguards top of mind, because we know inevitably there is going to be storm surges related to hurricanes. The data, the science are showing that that is the case. So what are we going to do as a community to safeguard ourselves?
You're exactly right. Like, people have short memories.
Yep.
And if the people aren't complaining about something, policy isn't upheld.
Exactly.
Like, it's ignored for us. But they took that momentum of that crisis and ran with it, and have just amplified in all of the years that we haven't had this like major crisis. And they've really successfully, I love using them as an example, because that's like the people coming
Right.
together with you, like a communicator, to make something powerful and long lasting.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the key, right? Is how do you tell a story and showcase real world examples so that you can move support, public support, to very science-based policies. This is the struggle. This is the challenge that we face in our day-to-day work. But I have real confidence and belief in the public for if we take the time to understand, this comes full circle back to what I said in the beginning about humans being irrational. If we take the time to understand how humans process information, how the audiences that we want to communicate to, how they'll receive what we're saying. Maybe we don't say climate change. That doesn't work for everyone. That's okay. Let's just speak and communicate respectfully to audiences' values and what they care about, and watch, we'll get the support. And we need that support to protect our communities ultimately.
In your experience, what has been the most impactful platforms that you've used, or events, or whatever those moments are that you're like, oh my gosh, this is actually working?
Yeah, EarthX is a great one, quite frankly. We're in Texas. If we can get it right in Texas, we can get it right in the rest of the country. This bipartisan approach and really just leading with what is against risk, whatever form they come in, whether it's infectious disease or hurricanes or heat, whatever, we know we have that in common, that we want to protect the people we love, that we want to protect American values. So I love that this event is happening and that these conversations are happening, because this can go a long way. And then you take the content from a conference like this that really brings together so many diverse Americans, right? And those that are our friends from around the world as well. And you take that content and you push it out on social media. So my organization, We Don't Have Time, we are a social media platform, and we partner with all of these other media platforms, and we get the word out that way, and ultimately have 250 million reach month to month. That is key and critical in this current global environment where people get their information from YouTube and from TikTok and from LinkedIn. So understanding how to actually distribute information, the key is, how do people actually process information?
Yeah.
We know that's behavioral science. The second piece of this is, where do they get their information? And we know where they get it. It's YouTube, it's social media. So we need to be smart about how we're releasing this information. And then finally, who are they hearing it from, right? So I might not be the perfect communicator to then reach their audience that trusts them, how they know best. We don't need to micromanage communicators. So it's key to build partnerships in the US and around the world with trusted communicators that can reach their audiences with information that's relevant to them. That's really important.
I love that you said that, especially the who is delivering the message. That's more important
So
than
critical.
ever right now.
Yeah. In fact, my PhD research was all about what role trust plays in a decision outcome, right? So it's so hard to say that this person is going to do this. Let's say we want person A to take action B. How do we predict that they are going to do that? Well, the number one predictor that will get somebody to take an action that we want is if the message is coming from somebody that they trust. That is key.
That is really insightful. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences and all of the expertise that you have, because I think that behavioral science is really something that needs to be brought to the forefront within the scientific community as well, because we don't do a good job.
Yeah.
We don't, especially with weather. So thank you so much for all the work that you do.
And thank you for the work you do. This is what it comes down to, policy at local levels, and then ultimately how that gets scaled up to national protections, and ultimately we're one species on one planet. So there's no such. Got it. Hi, I'm Dr. Sweta Chakraborty, behavioral scientist, talking about all the ways we're irrational and how to overcome it. You're watching EarthX. Sweta Chakraborty, behavioral scientist. I'm here at EarthX, communicating all the ways to improve how we react to impacts on climate. You're tuning into EarthX. Hi, I'm Dr. Sweta Chakraborty, behavioral scientist, here talking about how to use communications to improve behavioral outcomes so it aligns with all the things we're talking about here at Earthx 2026. Dr. Sweta Chakraborty, behavioral scientist, and I'm here to talk about all the communication tools we can use to improve behavioral outcomes here at Earthx 2026. Okay. Okay, it's like I'm gonna say the alphabet now. First name is Sweta, S-W-E-T-A. Last name is Chakraborty, C-H-A-K-R-A-B-O-R-T-Y. That's hilarious.
I'm Dr. Tracy Panara, and we are here at EarthX 2026. Sorry, I put the doctor in there.
I did too.
Yeah. I'm Tracy Fanara, and this is EarthX, and I am here with Kristy Drutman. She is the founder of Browngirl Green and also the founder of Green Jobs Board. I'm so excited to have you here with me. Should we do that again? Because that was kind of...
And my nose got a little itchy, so that's perfect. Okay.
I'm Tracy Fanara, and this is EarthX. I am here with Kristy Drutman, and she is the founder of Browngirl Green and also the Green Jobs Board. I'm so happy to have you here. Tell me about how you got started with environment.
Well, I'm so stoked to be here at EarthX. I got started in working in the environment when I went to college, actually. I went to UC Berkeley in the Bay Area, studied environmental policy and city planning, and just fell in love with solutions. I was really passionate about fighting for human rights and how could I protect people. And for me, I felt like the best way that I could protect and help people was by cleaning up the environment. You can't think about, all of these issues we face today if you don't have clean air, clean water.
Started off with learning about Love Canal in Buffalo, New York. That started the EPA Superfund program. So EPA, the federal government has always been like superheroes to me. And I know that you were an EPA Youth Advisory Council member.
Yes.
Tell me about that, and what does that mean?
Yeah, my journey has been quite interesting working in the environmental space. First, working in environmental media through my platform, Browngirl Green, which is basically my series that's focused on blogs, podcasts, videos, educating folks, especially young people, about climate solutions online. And I did that for several years where I was making climate education and climate policy a lot more accessible to young people. And as someone who studied environmental policy myself, I actually interned for the Department of Housing and Urban Development during undergrad. So I was not a newbie when it came to thinking about environmental policy and the need for youth voices in that space. And so after building, quite a presence and platform with my social media channel, Browngirl Green, a couple years later, I actually got invited to be an on-the-ground reporter under the Biden administration to report at the White House. And that led me to even thinking more, wow, I don't want to just be a content creator. I want to make real impact on the ground offline. And so I was like, okay, where else could I explore that? And so I went walks of life, political affiliations, all with the purpose of having youth voices heard about climate and how to protect the environment. And it was an incredible role and position to get to be a part of while it lasted. And I really enjoyed my ability to not just be someone who was telling stories, but actually getting to put that out in the world. And it really changed my mindset that I could be influential in other arenas, which led me to other ventures beyond just what I was creating online.
That's amazing. Like that domino effect of change and influence is really how we're going to make an impact. We are just one person, and we need an entire community to do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So we have that ripple effect down the road. Now, you do a lot of climate communications. Now, I'm a weather scale person. To me, climate communications is difficult, right? Because with climate, there's so much complexity with Earth systems. And to get people to understand these complex, atmospheric systems, especially at their home and for their personal life, has got to be a challenge. Mm-hmm. How have you approached that? And do you have any one-liners or favorite topics that you've seen have been impactful?
Yeah, totally. I think at the end of the day, people care. They care about what's happening in their own neighborhoods and in their own lives. Why is this relevant to them and their lived experience?
Yeah.
If it's a flood or a fire or a drought, how is that impacting food, healthcare, access to resources, the need for families to evacuate? I live in Los Angeles, and last year when the fires hit LA, it wasn't about all of the data that was coming out of the damage to the soil and the oceans, even though, yes, that was super important. As someone who is an environmental scientist, that keeps me up at night to this day, right? But I couldn't, throw those numbers at people because obviously, A, it's gonna just make them feel more doom and gloom. B, it's not going to connect to a human story, right? And so for me, it was actually more important that I interviewed, organizers, people that were actually focused on rebuilding communities after these fires, who were actually thinking about replanting efforts, replanting trees, trying to connect together how are the wildfires connected to degradation of land and water after the fact. And I did that all through interviews, interviewing experts, people who could take these really complex topics and make them more accessible for people to really grasp and understand the connection. Because we don't really have time anymore to just say, oh, it's up to the environmentalists to solve this. It needs to be a human problem, because it is. And I think the more we're able to encourage people and show them that they actually do have a role to play, yes, maybe in the problem, but also, even more importantly, in the solution of what they're building and how they can make a better world for people, I think that's where the good stuff is.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
With all of our growing environmental problems and need for solutions, we need more and more scientists, right? And inspiring young scientists or future scientists or kids that are going into any field to have an understanding of how the world works is going to be how we get there, right?
Yeah.
And now your Green Jobs Board really makes it easier for people to be matched. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, so, Green Jobs Board started as an initiative that I started on social media on my platform, Browngirl Green, because, again, I reached this point in content creation where I loved telling stories about climate solutions, had that human approach, loved it, was talking about environmental justice, communities being impacted on the front lines of the climate crisis all around the world. And that felt so empowering, but I was like, what else is missing from this conversation? And I realized that no one was talking about your bills and how you're gonna support your family. It's really hard to continue to do that in your day-to-day, or how do you even incorporate that into your job or your work life, right? And so I started a series on social media called Green Jobs Board. It was a weekly post and series that I started online. It went viral. Thousands of people flocked to it. Then companies and organizations actually started hiring through my Instagram and my social media, and they were actually getting talent matches, successful applicants that were coming from this diverse talent pool that I was reaching online, because people trusted me. I had an authentic voice, and I was exactly in their shoes just a couple years before that as a college graduate, and realized that so many people are so passionate, but they're lost. They don't know exactly what the roadmap or the tools are. And so for me, I was like, I just want to be that bridge builder and make that gap a little bit smaller so we can get more people through the door. And now, 3 years later, we're reaching 200,000 green job seekers across the internet. We have over 1,000 employers that utilize us. And we host these summits, our Green Jobs Pavilion summits in New York City, then just LA, and now San Francisco, all focused on taking that online, advocacy of getting people into green jobs and actually having them meet people in real life and getting connected to employers and getting them hired.
That's incredible. So what do these events look like? Are there a bunch of booths with kind of like a career fair?
It's more than that, actually. So, Spark Talks, where we have organizations who go on stage based on conservation or sustainable fashion or energy or water. Like, we're covering the gamut of, expanding the definition of what a green job is. Because I think a lot of people think it's just maybe green construction, maybe just energy, or maybe just conservation. But it's so much more than that. And those topics even intersect and spread out even beyond that too, right? It can be overwhelming. And so the goal of these pavilions is panels and discussions and workshops where people can actually meet hiring professionals, where they're giving them exactly, hey, X candidate, this is how you can stand out in this field. Here are the certifications you need to get, the degree you should pursue, the internship or externship you should consider. And we're really just trying to lay it out in a really accessible way that I've never seen another conference really do for folks wanting to get into the space. And we've also had on-site career coaches where people are giving active resume review support. We have an art installment where people are kind of taking pictures and saying where they are on what we're calling treehouse of a green economy, and saying where's your role in the treehouse. And so we're part content, part education, part intentional networking that goes beyond just going to a booth and getting a business.
School, college, older?
As of today, these events mostly are reaching early to mid-career professionals who
that's
care
good.
about these, care
So I
about.
can go.
Yeah, exactly. So people who are entering or pivoting, we've had senior professionals, we've had C-suite people come, which has been incredible. And so, right now it's early to mid-career professionals, but we want to expand it. We want to reach K through 12 eventually. We want to reach different types of populations. Like I said, we're in these target areas of LA, SF, and New York, but I'm dreaming of a world where we could bring this to the South, to the Midwest, to all over, honestly. And so, I'm dreaming big and really excited about what we're building.
Yeah.
And I would say on the opposite end, this is really for employers who want to understand what job seekers care about.
Yeah.
I hear all the time employers across the green economy saying, oh, it's kind of hard to find good talent. And I'm like, really? Because I'm surrounded by thousands of them every single day and see them. So I'm like, where's the gap?
Right.
And so these events are really for employers that can see that there is such incredible young people that are passionate and have the skill set to match, that they should be, building more infrastructure to get them into their roles. And so I hope more employers who want to, join this movement and momentum of young people, that they can actually access a direct talent pool from, that they'll want to join us at Green Jobs Board.
That's awesome. I love it. Keep doing what you're doing because it's so important. It really is, especially with
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Allison, Hannel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Keep America Beautiful.
And my name's Jamie Colvert. I'm the Senior Manager at NiagaraCares, and we're excited to share with you the Love Your Happy Place campaign. To start us off, a few pieces of litter. No cameras, no campaign, no audience.
Technical issue back there. So we are putting this together for EarthX content after this. So even though this is a live element of it, we're actually working a TV show. So at the intro, I know you have the audience here, but let's take that to camera too, which is straight away.
Okay.
The TV audience. Once you've introduced yourself, then you just take it.
Okay.
So just a
Sure.
Thanks for clicking. I forgot.
No worries. Hi, I'm Allison Hannel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Keep America Beautiful.
And my name's Jamie Colvert. I'm the Senior Manager at NiagaraCares. And today we're excited to share with you about the Love Your Happy Place campaign. To start us off, I want you all to think about a family walking along the beach, picking up a few pieces of litter. Not because there's a camera, not because there's an audience, but purely because they care about their community. Moments like this are at the heart of NiagaraCares and are at the center of the work that I lead, which is investing in recycling, waterways, as well as community wellness. This is what led us to believe that when people care about the places they live, they protect it. We've been wanting to find ways of how to get environmental action to not be complicated or stressful, but instead wanted to start to ask ourselves, what if we made environmental action easy? What if we made it joyful? What if we made it personal? These questions are at the core of the Love campaign, and that is what we'll be sharing with you about today.
Love is a behavior change campaign wrapped in a movement, one that feels human, local, and open to everyone. Instead of recycling because you should, Love says, we love this place, so let's take care of it. Love didn't come out of a boardroom. It is co-created with nonprofits, residents, business leaders, and community partners. It's no single voice owns it, and many help to shape it. What is emerging reflects the things most of us value: clean, cared-for spaces, connection with the people around us, and the natural beauty of the places that we call home. It's the opportunity to participate and belong to a community. Love is a national campaign with bright, visible, and positive messages, local leadership, local branding, and local action. It is supported by flexible national partners, centralized management, and media investment to get banners, social, murals, and broadcast messages out into the community. Because when people feel connected to a place, they are more likely to care for it.
I want to take a few moments to reflect on some of our early cities, because that's where we saw love really come to life. In Austin, we saw cities coming together to brainstorm creative ways of picking up litter and getting their communities involved. And we saw a deeper sense of pride in each of those communities as well. In Denver, we've seen the Love 5280 campaign come to life. It's a citywide movement focused on belonging, civic pride, and caring about their community. Mayor Mike Johnston declared March 3rd as Love 5280 Day, in celebration of Colorado's 150th anniversary and the nation's 250th anniversary. We saw organizations come together like the Department of Transportation, the Botanic Gardens, and several others come together and back behind environmental action so that they can create a city that they care about and that they believe in. All while bright electronic billboards fill the city and events bring people together to collaborate and get out to clean up their community. Love 5280 is Denver's movement built with community, shaped by local leadership, and powered by a shared hope by what the city can be. And we're just getting started. We're going to bring this to more cities, including Los Angeles, Dallas, Portland, and Lake Tahoe this year.
Love taps into behavioral science in deeply human ways. Small cues and simple reminders help us build better habits. When we see our neighbors taking an action, it makes doing the right thing feel normal. We move faster when we trust the messenger, and messages land better. Change doesn't come from mandates alone. It happens when the right signals, the right messengers, and the right moments come together.
And here's the through line that we saw across multiple cities. Community first, design works. Love started not with messaging, but by listening. Local storytelling matters. When residents see the local needs of their community reflected in the messaging, they want to step up, and so do their neighbors. And shared resources make the campaign scalable. When cities, nonprofits, and companies come together, there is no one owner. Instead, ownership expands across all of them, and the scale of the impact also increases. Not every brand owned every event or asset or message, but instead everyone owned the vision. Love grew because it didn't belong to one organization. It belonged to and continues to belong to everyone.
Behavior change leads to measurable environmental impact. We struggle these days to agree on anything, but yet 93% of Americans think litter is a problem in their community, and nearly 90% of those believe everyone has a role to play in addressing it. More recovery of recycled materials keeps those resources out of landfills, streets, waterways, and it increases the opportunity for repurpose and reuse. Cleaner, greener public spaces make communities healthier and safer. Research from the University of Michigan found that when you convert vacant brown spaces into green spaces in Louisville, is showing that trees and green space can improve health by reducing inflammation that's linked to heart disease. In fact, 84% of people think that doing something beautiful with their neighbors, like picking up litter or planting flowers, would be a refreshing change. Caring for community space isn't divisive. Caring is an important bridge to community that people are yearning to create. Maybe we can even think about these as love bridges. These love bridges also connect organizations and serve as pathways to building larger or to strengthening larger systems. City partnerships, recycling infrastructure, public engagement, and community trust. And we've learned something important. Emotional connection may be the missing ingredient in environmental communications. People act when they care about something, and people protect what they feel connected to.
Across cities, we've identified a repeatable and adaptable model. There's shared ownership. There's not one single hero. We've also encouraged matched funding, where we're bringing together nonprofits and local organizations to co-invest together. There's also shared creative assets so that our partners can spend their time and their energy in creating these community activations. A coalition of cities, nonprofits, and companies and residents committed to showing love through action together.
So, we invite you to join in and love your happy place. If you spot litter, please pick it up and toss it into the right bin. And if you have recyclable items, help out by making sure that those go into recycling. Thank you for caring for your special place. We invite you to share your actions with our national movement by scanning the QR code and joining the Greatest American Cleanup Challenge. You'll become part of a community of people and businesses on a mission to help clean up litter ahead of America's 250th birthday, a country we all love.
To the companies here today, you bring scale and long-term commitment. To the nonprofits, you bring trust, learned experience, and local relationships that create real change. Together, you can bring love to life in ways that are genuine, local, and deeply human. Our invitation is simple. Join us. Bring love to new cities. Build a movement that turns care into action. At the center of the work is a simple truth. When people feel connected to a place, they protect. Let's keep leading from love. And this campaign really comes to life when you see what it looks like in person. So up next, we will show you a video of how it looks like in action.
Love is great.
Love is global.
Community.
Protecting the environment.
Love looks like all of you.
We're cleaning up our beautiful beach and boardwalk. That's a part of I Love a Clean San Diego.
Today, we are doing one of our cleanups with our Clean Lady Bird Lake program.
You can have a big impact with the local parks, so taking what we learn here to areas across the country.
We engage residents in meaningful community service. We also work hard in educating youth about the importance of protecting our environment.
And we're out at the festival today, helping and encouraging people to recycle.
Love is empowering.
Love your neighborhood.
Connection. Small acts of kindness.
Love is everything.
Love your happy place. Pledge to reduce, reuse, and recycle every day.
Thank you. you, everybody.
Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Earthx 2026, and I'm enjoying myself. I love coming to Earthx every single year because I get to meet people who are on the front lines of changing the world, people who have incredible stories to tell and doing amazing work that just isn't getting the spotlight, and that's what Earthx TV is all about. And I have next to me right here a woman with a very esteemed name. When I heard this name, I was like, is this from Bridgerton? You sound like you own Now listen, Angela, you and I, low-key, are kind of in the same business. We tell stories that matter. We make sure that when there is something that is in the way of human beings understanding how the climate impacts them and what to do about it, you build that bridge. So tell me a little bit about the Betancourt Group.
Absolutely. Thank you first and foremost so much for having me. I'm still waiting for my long-distant relative to tell me about the land I've inherited from France.
Of course.
I'm so excited.
No problem.
Betancourt Group is a full-service public relations firm that specializes in elevating the stories of those individuals, businesses, and organizations that are doing positive things for the earth and for the planet.
Absolutely. How did you get into public relations?
Oh my goodness, I'm 20 years plus in. Started in undergrad with a degree in public relations, and storytelling is a passion. And in the last 5 to 6 years, I wanted to align the work that I've been doing with values that are really important to me around climate change. And so Betancourt Group really is the result of that.
I see. And so when you talk about wanting to align it with climate change, so you say you've been in this work for over 20 years. What was it? Was there an event? Was there something that happened in your life personally that made you be like, I got to focus this talent and this training towards the climate specifically? What was that?
Yeah, there were a series of events and things that happened that kind of led up to that moment. Very, very long story, but I'll basically say that a lot of the things that I experienced throughout my career brought me to working in Sierra Leone during Ebola from 2015 to 2017.
Wow.
And during that time, I saw so many things firsthand. A massive mudslide one of the years that I was there. So scuba diving off the coast of Sierra Leone in a place called Banana Island that essentially felt like a coral graveyard was deeply disturbing to me. It was an unhappy dive. And I surfaced from that experience thinking, what are we doing to our oceans? What is happening? And while I was there for international development and working on a private sector development program, do my part and bring my communication skills and marketing skills to the table to try to do what I could to help the cause.
Absolutely. What kinds of organizations does the Betancourt Group target when it comes to effective storytelling, and why storytelling for these groups specifically?
Yeah, so we work with businesses, individuals, and creatives that are have a great story to tell, or they have a climate solution that's amazing, but no one's finding out about it.
Right.
No one's finding out about it. And so I'm doing the research, doing the work to try to understand how do we get this story in front of the people that can be positively impacted if this climate solution comes to their community.
Right.
And so trying to develop story ideas, working with people, and to help then turn this, this idea that's working, it has proven results, and trying to find ways to communicate that so that people can embrace it and be excited about these types of climate solutions.
I hear that, I hear that. So when I was speaking to you beforehand, it seems like there's like a gap between the people who have the solutions and the people who need those solutions. What do you think is perhaps on the solution creation side, their biggest barrier from getting the word out to the people who would be most impacted by what they literally have to offer? What's stopping them?
There was a report led by the Nature Conservancy not too long ago. And in that survey, they found that there were so many amazing climate solutions. They interviewed people that were doing climate solutions across various countries. And they found that the main barrier to these climate solutions was human, lack of communication,
People,
lack
the
of
problem again.
understanding.
How about that?
Lack of implementing these solutions because people didn't understand what was the outcome here. So really all came down to behavioral change, which when you think about it is a communication issue. And I found that absolutely fascinating. It's something I felt I've always known, but to actually see this report and this data was validating, but and surprising.
Absolutely. And do you think that there's like a cultural literacy piece that comes into play when you have an obstacle of bridging the gap between these two parties? And what solutions does the Betancourt Group actually specialize in?
Storytelling problem.
Right.
And oftentimes, if you have a really great climate solution and you're bringing that to a community, but the community doesn't understand how this is actually going to benefit them. How is this going to roll out? What is the impact? What's the short term? What's the long term? What role do we have to play? All of these are questions that are really important to ask when you are presenting a climate solution to a community or to a particular stakeholder or a specific audience. Through the Betancourt Group, we have what we call the voice framework, which is...
Yeah, this was good. Tell them.
The voice framework is an approach of ensuring that your climate message can most effectively reach the people that you're trying to reach. V stands for vision. Communicate the vision of the solution. Why now? What is the importance of this, the vision of it? Then you have O is the outcome. Here's what's going to happen if we implement this solution in your community.
Yeah.
Here's what it means to you, not to us, what it means to you. Oh, I have my microphone. Here's what it means to you, and this is the statistics and data at people might not be the best approach. So thinking about ways to present information in a visual way, in a storytelling way, in poetry, creative ways to creative ways to share information.
Yeah.
C is community. I think it's really important to introduce climate solutions from the perspective of the community.
Right.
What it means for that community. How are they going? You have to meet people where they are. If, for example, you live in a community that has a lot of Spanish-speaking people or Creole-speaking people, it doesn't hurt to translate the information.
Right.
And understand, that this might not be their first language. So let's create a way to share all of this in a way to understand where people are coming from. If there's resistance to a climate solution, understand why. Really get to know who your audience is, what are their problems, grievances. So empathy. So that's the voice.
A round of applause. I really like that. The voice framework. So here's what I want to know. I want to know about a project that you're really, really proud of, something that you all were able to accomplish where you can say this is a prime example of what we can offer as the Betancourt Group?
Oh, there's quite a few.
Oh, goodness gracious.
There's
We got some
quite a
time.
few.
Come on. Yeah.
There's a great one that I like to talk about, and it's been such a wonderful collaborative effort and accelerator program, and it has been incredible to build a blue economy community.
A blue economy community.
In South Florida, where this organization is based. The Betancourt Group has been a big part of that in terms of social media marketing and the media relations components and helping to tell the story of what Seaworthy's doing. Their impact has been unbelievable. Unbelievable impact. It really does really build and thrive, and to see wonderful startups go through the cohort process that Seaworthy does every year, and to be able to just be a part of that and to help tell the story of each and every one of these incredible innovative people that are coming through the cohort is an absolute dream project that I'm very proud of.
I love that. That's so cool. So what do you feel that is probably like your biggest horizon that you guys are going to gathering momentum to tackle that challenge? Look at that smile. I think the answer is yes.
There's a wonderful project that Betancourt Group's been working on and is a part of, and it's been incredible. They're called Bioforce Tech.
Bioforce Tech?
Yes, they're based in San Francisco.
Okay.
They transform sewage sludge, municipal biosolids, and turn it into a carbon negative biochar, which can be used in a lot of other solutions like concrete additives and to make inks and to make dyes. And it's wonderful to see that people in municipalities starting to embrace this. If we've heard about the PFAS problem. They have had 3 different independent studies that demonstrate that they are PFAS negative through their process.
Can you explain to the folks what PFAS is, by the way?
PFAS, we've seen them, we've heard about them as forever chemicals.
Yeah.
They are unfortunately, it's a major part of our lives. It's probably in some of our bodies. That and microplastics are 2 very big problems. But PFAS, forever chemicals, are in so many products, and it's been, I really believe in the last couple of years that the general public is really starting to get a deeper awareness of what forever chemicals are, which I'm very happy to see that. I keep touching the microphone. It's important that more and more people are aware of what PFAS and forever chemicals are, and how they're, which is when you flush your toilet and it goes to the treatment plant, they separate the water, and then what's left is the sewage sludge.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that just gets applied on land, agricultural land. And there have been so many cases now around the country with farmers losing cattle and
I bet.
From contamination, PFAS contamination. So it's a big problem. And so I'm always so excited when companies like this are out there with a real solution. A sustainable solution. As long as people are going to the toilet, I think
and they always will be.
And so it's been very exciting to see what this company is doing.
What is their name again?
Bioforce Tech.
Bioforce and sewage sludge. I've never heard it referred to so politely. But I'll tell you what, that's something that I'm looking forward to you all actually taking on. And anybody taking on sewage sludge is just a hero in my book. My goodness, better them than me, but the fact that we can actually turn this into something like biochar and make it something that's not gonna kill the cows, because I put to bet that sewage sludge is gonna kill some cows. But the fact that this company is taking that on and that you're gonna help tell their story is absolutely amazing. And when we wrap up here, I just wanna know, how do we find the Betancourt Group? Where should we look you up, online, what's going on?
Well, I'm on LinkedIn, so feel free to go there, because I love a good LinkedIn conversation. A good connect is always wonderful. I think it's just Angela Betancourt, and then you put a 1 and you'll find me.
Angela Betancourt.
Yes, our website. Yeah, so Group Betancourt is the website, groupbetancourt.com. Betancourtgroup.com will also.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate you. We'll be right back on EarthX TV, EarthX 2026. We in the building. Thank you. All right.
That was awesome.
We did it. High five. All right. And we are back at Earthx2026 at the lovely Hilton Anatole in Dallas. And I have to the right of me, left on your screen, some good folks who are working with a group called Clearest. And would everybody give it up for, we got, oh dear. Earthx? All right. That happened in real time.
And do you want to?
Yeah.
Oh, just Earthx. All things Earthx. Y'all just happen to see them on TV sometime. All right, cool.
It's actually Rocketship Earth.
We're going to act like that didn't happen. Okay. We are here at Earthx2026, and I'm in the lovely Anatole Hotel right here in Dallas, Texas. And we're telling the story of unsung climate heroes, folks who are doing amazing things. And I have with me Moore and Susan with Rocketship Earth. Give it up for those folks right quick, because this is beautiful. You guys have an amazing story, and it sounds like to me what you're doing is you're fighting the doom and gloom element. A lot of times when it comes to the climate, it's like everything's burning, we're all gonna die. Hug your family. But it's like, no, we actually have no backup plan, and we have systems that we can educate through. So will you tell us about Rocketship Earth and the work that you're doing to fight the doom and gloom?
Well, Rocketship Earth is a platform that we're looking to create, and part of the reason to be here is to really get feedback that it really, with the information and the education part of it, but how do we bring companies and the people together in a way that benefits both of them?
Right.
So like, people like to have, discounts on products, and companies like to sell their products to them.
For sure.
And I did a study for a German utility company on the motivators and inhibitors around sustainability. And so it's really based on that, is how can we do something better?
Now, before I get to, all right, we will pause again.
Okay.
Got you. They was talking, y'all. They was just talking, and that's all right. So, Susan, I want to know. Oh, okay. Do, 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 do. All right. We have fun regardless over here, y'all. So, Susan, you've done the behavioral studies. You know what the inhibitors are.
Like, I talk about human energy management and looking at the forces that are pushing us and pulling us. The results are based on the sum of the forces, and so it's the pushing and pulling forces in the force field around us. Think of it that way, right?
Come on now, yeah.
So that's the gloom and doom that we want to change.
Yeah.
So if you think about the things that are pushing us back,
Right.
it really is cost. What difference can I make? And one of the biggest ones is I went to look for a low flow shower head. And when I did, there were 200,000 hits. And it's like, I don't know where to start. So just forget it, right? Yeah, so it's those things of looking at the information in a way that I can, the right information at the right time in the right form.
Right.
Those are some of the main inhibitors.
Absolutely, and it sounds like you guys have taken on overcoming those challenges. More, I wanted to talk to you about Clearest.
Yep.
And what exactly is that platform, that information system, and why did it come into being?
Yes, well, so at Clearest, we like to say that we are sustainability Sherpas. We help companies assess, answer, and then activate their sustainability called Joulebug. And what we do with Joulebug is essentially take all of that complexity, all of the I don't know where to start, what to do, what makes sense, what can I as an individual do, and we break it down into micro-learning opportunities. We gamify it, so we help people really see the difference that they're making on their own, and then the difference that happens when you really take a collective action into it, right? So if we're looking at companies and organizations that have, 500 plus employees, all right, well, if each employee did, these 10 simple actions, here is the CO2, the water, waste reductions that collectively that organization can do. And so we work with organizations to
really address what are their primary goals, and then we map out to different actions to those goals, and then we help them also incentivize the action, because if no one is making me do it, why would I do something good?
The inertia.
Well, it could be, could be a reward, could be something simple as like, swag, or it can be something big, like you get an extra day off.
Absolutely. I need a sustainability Sherpa. I need some help climbing this mountain for sure. It's high altitude up here. So when you talk about Joule Bug, that's such a good name. Like Joule, like the energy of joules. So that's Joule, Joule.
Yes.
Specifically to whom in a corporation?
Yes, so JouleBug is available on iOS and Android, so you can go to the App Store, download it now. You can participate in challenges. We actually have a Rocketship Earth Challenge happening right now that anybody can join. And when we work with our different companies, we really work with either like sustainability groups, so it could be somebody in the sustainability department, or it could be employee resource groups, or sometimes it's HR and change management. Because for us, it really is about embedding sustainability in an organization's DNA. We really are focusing on that mind shift change, that cultural change, so that sustainability becomes second nature, no matter what your role is in a company, no matter if you are the CEO who's going to get a bonus for hitting your sustainability goals, or you're a new hire just getting to know the organization and what you're doing there.
I appreciate that. Susan, before we got on stage, I heard you talking a little bit about changing the incentive.
Yeah. Well, the motivators from the study were, again, information in the right form, and also, having a clear path of action, cost incentive, and being part of something bigger. Like I want to know that I'm really making a difference on a bigger scale. And so the thing is, how do you get the people and the companies together? There's lots of things that you can do through willpower, right? And that's some of the things that are in the app. But if you can change the structure, like having a low flow shower head instead of like that are going to be more energy efficient, and having the right bins for your recycling and all those kinds of structures. So there's companies that are already available that want to get to the people who care about the environment.
Right.
And so if we can bring together those companies and those people in a way that in a short time, so they already have challenges, but if we have a campaign about water, or we have a campaign about waste, or we have a campaign, and there's several challenges in short bites where here's the information, here's what it's going to make a difference of, here's the products, you're going to get discounts on those products.
Wow.
And the companies care because now look at what we're doing, we're getting it out to not be part of that challenge, but they also care.
So it sounds like you're doing some work in supply chain. Like you're actually finding the people who are producing the products that make the difference. I'm wondering, how do you find them? Like where do you get in these lists from?
Well, there are lists out there. It's a lot easier to find the companies that are bad than it is to find the companies that are good. But their interest, do people care about this? Do you want to have a way to gamify sustainability and get products and get the push to have the deadlines that, and also the competition between zip codes, or between cities, or between schools, or between companies, as they're already doing. Those are the kinds of things that if we put those in place, the companies will start coming to us because they want to be a part of it.
Would be there, which is like the perception that this is even emergency. Is this pretty much like universally agreed to across the board, or are you finding opposition in people who even think that this is a priority?
Well, if there's a financial benefit, you don't have to go there. I should mention this. Okay, so this is my book, Beyond
Product
Light Bulbs,
placement.
which is in the bookstore, and it is an award-winning book. And, like there's so many things that you can do. And so just getting educated, but I also look at, giving the information in a way that people miss. This is what we're doing now.
Right.
But if we look at this is where we're headed, that's the bright future, then we're going to go there. If you find yourself looking in the rearview mirror, like this is what we don't want, which is gloom and doom, and people are looking at all the time. How many of you like gloom and doom?
I don't like gloom and doom at all.
But it is motivating.
Right, so.
But that's more motivating in my mind.
Okay.
Where are we headed? And if we can talk about, hey, look at how we did all these things, and this is what our community did, and this is what our community did, and look at what we did together. Now that's motivating.
And I think for your point, within Jewelbug, that's really an area where we also give organizations the opportunity to link to their resources. So if there is a partnership with any sort of like a local organization or a sustainability project that they're doing, initiative, then they can add that link right within the app, and then anybody who's engaging with that can go directly to that. And it'll be the same thing with any products if they have recommendations for some specific products that they've vetted themselves. So we kind of give them that flexibility, because I know when you're thinking about the corporate world, it can be a little bit tricky, but on an individual level, absolutely, it's being able to like guide them towards like, here's an option. It may not be the one that you end up going with, but here are some things to look for as you're considering, how do I make these changes? How do I go plastic free for my laundry, right?
What you're really excited about, that you want these folks to know is about to happen.
Yes, so we've got another product called Green Business Benchmark, and that really helps organizations determine where are they in their sustainability journey. And so taking a look at what are the initiatives that they should roll out. And we're looking forward to kind of, I like to think of it as like the future baby of GBB and Jewelbug, where we can have the top down, which is your initiatives by your leadership, and then bottom up, which is all of the individual actions that folks are taking and all of the knowledge sharing that's happening, and ultimately the innovation that comes from the people who are the boots on the ground, doing the work day in, day out. They really understand the processes within an organization, and then where are the opportunities to create those efficiencies, resilience, looking ahead to how do we future-proof.
Right.
And so you're kind of having that full circle of all the people in leadership, the goals that they have, all the people who are genuinely, they care about it, they want to work for an organization that makes a difference and does good, and they have a way to do that, document, measure, and then inspire others.
You guys are good at branding. I'm just going to say, GBB and Jewelbug and Rocketship Earth, those are catchy. They stick in my head. Like, I don't have to like write something long down. Like, I can literally go right there on the App Store and be like, give me Jewelbug, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you're looking at your future and the partnerships that you could bring into your work, what is like perhaps a major missing piece of your puzzle that you'd really like to bring in when it comes to like the ideal partner? Who's your ideal partner when it comes to like expanding Rocketship Earth?
There's really 4 different kind of roles that we're looking for.
Yeah.
One is the companies that have products that want to get to the people that care, right? And sponsors that want to be known for being, like ESG has become kind of almost a negative, right? Which is crazy.
I noticed.
But if you're an ESG company that wants to be known, we're going to provide an avenue where you can be known and recognized. So there's the producers and the sponsors is one. The organizations like they're working with that want to bring it in and like getting research involved with that. And how do you, there's a hub, the platform is where you can go anytime to get the information, but also these are the campaigns and this is where I can get my discounts this week or next week or whatever. And then last but not least, of course, is the what we call eco-consumers, eco-providers, and sponsors, but the eco-consumers is all the people, having them engage.
Absolutely.
And get rewards.
Definitely.
And recognition.
Right. And so that's that incentive structure. I really like that rather than motivating with doom and gloom. And so we're wrapping up here, and I just got to put this book out there once again for product placement and let you guys know that this is something that distills all of this information. Please talk about your book one more time, Susan. This is great.
This is I would assert, the best book for understanding all the pieces of the energy puzzle in simple terms.
Right.
And it is, like I say, it's available in the bookstore, and I had a 10-year-old read it, and he was an amazing 10-year-old, but I said, what'd you get out of it? And he said, I got that it's not the government's problem, it's everybody's problem, and if we all did our part, we wouldn't have the problems we have.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, that's what I want. So, yeah.
I really appreciate that. Everybody, give it up for Rocketship Earth, Jewelbug, GBB, everything that they're doing is going to be amazing, and we're looking forward to you in the future, coming back maybe next year with some updates for us, all right?
Sounds great.
Folks, we are at Earthx 2026 at the Anatole Hotel, and we will be right back. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, Thea. This is great.
Thank you very much.
You're great. You're a good interviewer.
Yeah, thank you. We are back here at Earthx 2026 in Dallas at the Anatole Hotel. And we're telling the stories of unsung climate heroes and solutionaries, folks who are actually applying thought and creativity and innovation to remedy the climate crisis in one area after another, in an area that a lot of folks may not. Sarah Teresinski with Redeux. Give her a round of applause right now. I'm gonna get this right.
You're gonna get, it's a tongue twister, it's a lot.
Well, Sarah Teresinski.
Yes, that's so good.
Thank you very much.
In
I
all
practiced.
fairness, people call me Sarah T or Mrs. T, so we'll make it easy.
We will. And what you're doing is you're making fashion and lifestyle easier. So tell me exactly, how did you get into this, and when did you know that like you could make this a sustainable thing?
Well, I started my career many years ago, about 20 years ago when I was a single mom. So my journey to sustainability really started with it being a necessity. It wasn't just about style. I'd always liked, I call it junkin'. I'd always liked junkin' and thrifting and using things in cool, different ways that you normally wouldn't use them. But until I had a daughter and I wanted to dress her really cool, I was like, okay, I have to figure this out. So I started taking my old maternity clothing and vintage tees and turning them into dresses for her. So that's really how I started. It wasn't Redeux Style to start, it was actually Redeux Kids for my daughter Lennon. And then I started doing, like television segments where they would do back to school fashion, all upcycling. And then it became, can you do Halloween? And then it became, can you do Christmas? Then can you do a dinner party? Then can you show us how to redo a room? So then Redeux Kids went from Redeux Style to, to all encompassing, all lifestyle.
Got you. And what was your awakening to let you know that the world of fashion and style are also contributing to the climate crisis? When did you find that out?
Well, I mean, we kind of have always known that there's a lot of waste. I mean, you can see it all the time. You see the dumpsters behind stores. You can see it, I mean, literally everywhere you look. College move-ins. I mean, I probably, to be honest, didn't really think about the waste when I started. Again, it was out of necessity. So when I started designing for Redeux Kids and I started doing fashion shows and putting myself in that world away. So that's how it all ended up. It became clearer and clearer to me as I got more into the style of it. I was like, oh wow, okay, so I can do this. I can take these steps to create a more sustainable lifestyle in everything that I do.
So when did you realize that like you had the gift of actually like designing clothes and sewing? Like, do you have a background in that?
No, I do love, my grandma always tried to teach me to sew when I was little, and I really sucked at it, to be honest. It was not good.
At least you're honest,
it was so bad. The thing that taught me was that I remember I had no money, and my brother and my mom went and got me a sewing machine, and they brought it over to me, which was like very exciting. And then I started watching YouTube videos, and that's how I taught myself to sew. Again, it was all
YouTube University,
YouTube University. It was all for wanting to create something really cool for my daughter to wear. That's literally the only reason. So that's how that all kind of started.
Okay, so you said you also do like, when it comes to like, do you do like decor? Do you do things like tell me about that journey.
Okay. So I had started doing some room makeovers and like kind of designing a little bit. And during COVID, I decided that I was going to find a really fun upcycle to do that had to do with ceiling fan blades. And a friend of my husband's was like, you should go on TikTok. And I'm like, I'm not doing TikTok. I'm not going to dance or, all the things. So she's like, no, you really should. So I was like, okay, fine. So I decided to do TikTok, and I started to create content and make all of my videos start with, it's time for an upcycle. And so I did these ceiling fan blades, and I flipped them upside down, and I made them into hooks for my front entryway. And then those went viral, and then that's when people started calling to have me come and do upcycles with them on like the Drew Barrymore show and stuff like that. So it was literally doing TikTok and flipping ceiling fan blades upside down. And then I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna upcycle everything. I'm like, I'm gonna take this shelf and make it into a dog food tray. I'm gonna take this diaper changing table and make it into a bar cart. So now I'm a little crazy.
I love that. I love that. Give her a round of applause. How have they been impacted by your expansion?
Well, Lennon is at UT now, so she's kind of doing her own thing. But I have two little boys that are 13 and just turned 10.
Yeah.
And they have done segments with me always. They've always done television stuff with me. They've always upcycled. During COVID, my son Sebastian and I did a bunch of things like inside the classroom and outside the classroom where we would make these fun little segments.
Nice.
Where we would do like how to make rockets out of M&M containers, just about upcycling things for kids and for home. So they love it. They're big fans, and they work with me all the time, especially the two little boys.
I love that. I wish my mom was into stuff like that, but that's awesome, right? We're gonna get more moms into that.
Yes.
And so, like, who is your primary customer base? Like, who do you get this product out to the most? Like, when it comes to like the Redeux brand.
Yeah. Well, the Redeux brand itself, it's a platform. It's about sustainable style, so it's for everyone.
Right.
The whole reason I do this is that I can show people on social media how to rework, upcycle, reuse what they have to create beautiful spaces, beautiful dinner parties, whatever it may be. So it's really for anyone. So anyone that has a desire and loves style, no judgment on Redeux style. I mean, I don't talk about anything. I mean, if you forget your fabric bag at the grocery store, use the plastic one. It's okay.
Right.
But if I can show a few people different ways to do things, so you think just for a moment before you make that choice to go to the big box store versus the thrift store, I think that's really important because a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot of talk about manufacturing, operational policy on the sustainable side. But if you take it all the way to the other side, people did 1 to 2 tiny little upcycles a year, and that could just be like saving your Amazon paper and flattening it out and using it to wrap presents. Like, we're not talking about crazy things.
Right.
That would save close to 2 million pounds of waste out of a landfill. So if you don't tell me that people don't have the power and that we
So that's amazing, because I'm thinking about like what that must have been. That must have been a heck of a ride. Building your platform to something that like friends were like, get on TikTok. So tell me about your journey building your platform all the way to like the Drew Barrymore show. What was the time frame of that?
I was on Instagram. So I always did, when I did social media, I always did videos.
Yeah.
So I started doing holiday cards. Instead of sending Christmas cards to people, I would take little clips from my family all year long, turn them black and white and put them to the same song, and then send that to everybody at the holidays. It was kind of like Reels before Reels was a thing.
Right.
And so everyone really loved that. And I was like, okay, there's this thing with video. So I have to keep making videos, like this quick transformation for people, or just take them on the journey. So that's kind of how it all started with the videos, the IGTV, and then when I did the ceiling fan blade upcycle, then the Drew Barrymore show happened, and then the Today Show, and all those things happened.
Yeah.
But things would just go viral. And now it's funny because TikTok was my main form of like viralness, and now it's not. Now it's Instagram. It's back to Instagram, and I'm like, I started off with like 500 followers, and then it just blew up, and it's I don't know. I can't act like I can predict what's going to happen on social media.
Neither can I.
Isn't it crazy?
No, it's really topsy-turvy. They change the algorithms all the time. They change the rules all the time.
Yes.
But what I think that your brand has shown is that there's a great desire with the public to do something about it.
Yes.
And you've proven to them that there is something literally tangible within their hands, within their house, that they can actually like put their hand to and create something sustainable.
Yeah, and even if you look at design shows that you watch out there, everything is about the transformation, the dust. It's nothing. I mean, literally, you can take a high-end designer and design a room for 20 grand, or give me a room and I'll do it for 500, and I bet you'll pick mine. Maybe. Yeah, I bet you'll pick mine. I'm going to stand by that. So that's kind of my thing. It's like everybody deserves a beautiful home, a beautiful wardrobe. And if we can do it and keep things out of a landfill.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's such a desire for it. It's insane. I get messages all the time for just asking me questions, sending me photos. So I'm happy to be the catalyst to help, bring sustainable style out to the forefront, especially in the sustainable world, because I've spoken at the United Nations General Assembly, at the SDG Media Zone, this past September, and I actually got to do live upcycles, which was really fun. So I'm like trying to sneak scissors into the UN, which is a little crazy, to like cut my fabric. But I have to say that that's not something that people are typically talking about.
Your help. How did you pick the name Redeux? Because y'all should have seen me. I pronounced it all wrong when we were backstage. And so I'm glad that she corrected me before we got there. But like, how did you come up with that name?
That was on my honeymoon with my husband.
Okay,
And
okay.
I'd been doing things for Lennon, my daughter, and he was like, "Oh, you should start a clothing company and call it Redeux Kids because you're always making stuff for her." And then I was like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And he's like, "But you should spell it the French way."
The French way.
The French way. So I did that, and now, of course, on occasion I get Redux, and I'm like, "Dang, I should have made it D-O," but now everybody that knows me knows it's R-E-D-U-X. So yes, Redeux Kids came from that, and then I of course had to make the S on the kids a Z. And then so then it just became, once I kind of started going away from kids, no offense to my boys, but girl fashion was more fun, and now she's grown up, so.
Generally speaking,
so then it just became Redeux style, and then I've just kept every platform that I have Redeux style because it's all about redoing your style.
And what's on the...
I can't talk about quite yet.
Okay.
But I'm a member of the United Nations Fashion and Lifestyle Network, so I'm really excited to talk not only about the fashion aspects of sustainability, but the fast furniture, the amount of waste that comes with that. And then I'm also working on a design series on my social media where I show people, it's a 7-part series. I've got 2 episodes left, so it's really fun. I'm showing people just start to finish how they can rework a space or do a dinner party, and then I have guest influencers come on and do some fun stuff. So it's really just about expanding Redeux style and letting everyone know that it's for them. It's for everyone. I don't care what your economic background is. It's for everybody.
Upcycling is something that can happen for you if you've got almost next to nothing. If you've got creativity, then you've got what it takes to redo your style.
That's
so
right.
Look at that.
Redo. You did it.
So listen. Before we get out of here, we're running towards the end. I just wanted to know, where can we find you, and how can we help you expand?
Yeah, you can find me at Redeux_style, R-E-D-E-U-X _style. And I'm always happy to answer any questions. I always tell people you can follow me across any of my platforms. It's all the same. But if you want to talk to me, DM me on Instagram, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I do a lot of design help for people.
Is it really?
The whole point of Redeux style is it's something that I created, and I'm here for this. It's a thing. It's not an influencer thing. It's just what I've been doing for so long. I'm going to do it whether I'm on social media or not. So yeah, it's definitely always me.
I love how you took your passion and turned it to purpose. And this is something that is accessible to folks. I hope that you have just been, sprouted with ideas. A lot that I'm learning here at EarthX comes from people who are finding their own way, and if they can't find it, they make it. And I think that that's the essence of Redeux style. Everybody give it up for Sarah Teresinski.
Thank you, darling.
She's an EarthX hero. We're at EarthX 2026 here at the Anatole Hotel in Dallas, and we will be back. Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, you too.
Nice job. Style, and you're watching EarthX. Okay, let me think about that for a second. Okay. I'm Teresinski with Redeux Style, and wait, I'm at EarthX 2026. Yes, okay. I'm Teresinski with Redeux Style, and I'm. Okay, I'll just wait.
I'm Theo E.J. Wilson, and you are watching EarthX. I'm Theo E.J. Wilson, and you are watching EarthX. This is EarthX 2026. EarthX. I'm trying to give a straight face. All right. All right. Tell me when. This is Theo E.J. Wilson, and you are watching EarthX, the place where the solutionaries and the activists and the folks with like minds come together with common solutions to help save this beautiful planet we live on. My name is Theo E.J. Wilson, and this is EarthX 2026. We are here with the people who are solving the problems that face all of humanity in trying to save this beautiful planet that we live on. Here at the Anatole in Dallas, Texas, all the brightest minds come together to make sure that we are at the table together to make this world a better place. And we are here at Earthx2026 that's being done because unbeknownst to a lot of people, the state of Texas is really putting some muscle behind addressing climate change. And they're doing it in a municipal style. They're doing it in a way that addresses communities. And I have two wonderful human beings next to me right now. We have Joaquin Escalante and Rosa Mendez. Give them a round of applause. Yes. And so, solar. So, Rosa, can you tell me about your organization, CECAP, and what the actions are that you guys have been taking as of late?
Yeah, Theo, absolutely. So I am with the City of Dallas and the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. It's our roadmap of how the City of Dallas is going to reduce our greenhouse gases and improve our air quality through 8 different goals. So you mentioned solar, but comprehensive, we don't take that lightly.
She said everything.
Yes, we like to say A to Z, air energy, but water conservation as well. So we have quite a bit of people on our board, like we have stakeholders, a group of 16 city departments that help us, one of them being Dallas Water Utilities with water conservation, our fleet team, you know, doing their transition to electric.
Listen, y'all, Texas is doing this green thing, okay? And right next to you, we have our friend Joaquin, and this is Solar United Neighbors. So these folks are statewide, as he informed me, and they're really focusing on making sure that we have a large solar energy infrastructure here in Texas. Tell us about the work that you guys are doing.
Yeah, so we've been around since residents going solar through rooftop solar. We have a couple of different programs, like our solar co-op. We'll have a Switch Together, which we partner with the City of Dallas on to bring residential solar as well. And then we have a free service where anybody that's either wanting to go solar, wanting to learn more, in the process of going solar, or have already gone solar, to have their questions answered and just learn more about.
Install, you know, like an umbrella of folks who are doing that work?
Yeah. So we go out into a community. We do an educational and outreach component first.
Okay.
We get people organized that are interested in going solar for their home. And then we put out a request for proposal in one of our programs, getting bids from installers in the area. The join the group, the cheaper it is that they're going to get their solar installation. But also we vouch for their equipment, their warranties. We make sure that they're financially solvent. We make sure that their installers have all the certifications and licenses that they need to perform the work well and professionally.
Installing solar, but then it didn't quite lead to the savings that like we thought that it would. And I almost got some solar from some folks who weren't necessarily on the up and up about that. And so like, what do we do to make sure that you vet the teams to make sure that the
presence is online? Do they have a website?
Right.
What are the reviews? Start simple, go on Google.
Right.
What are the reviews saying? After that, check and see if you can see, are they having licensed installers as well?
Yeah.
And if they work with municipalities on certain projects, like you tend to do with the City of Dallas on Switch Together. Right now, we're also working on a project in El Paso where we're working with the city to provide fully funded solar installations on nonprofits and small businesses, and doing the same process there to vouch for the legitimacy of the installation and the installers themselves through our process.
I got you. So Rosa, when we talk about comprehensive, she said we do it all. What's probably the biggest frontier?
Solar is one of the main ones, and that's why Solar United Neighbors is a key point with us. So I will say internally within our City of Dallas facilities, we've already installed solar on 13 of them. 2 of them are pending, but all of that equals to 1.2 megawatts of renewable energy that's generated for the use of the city. So that's whenever, you know, we can do it in-house and do it internally, but whenever we really want to reach the community, we partner with the nonprofits, stakeholders to really help us get out there into the community.
Got you. I was wondering, you know what I mean? Because everything these sustainable changes implemented at large scale here in the City of Dallas.
Yeah, community engagement.
Community engagement,
and
tell me that.
knowing that it's a two-way conversation.
Okay,
it's not about them coming to City Hall to be able to ask some questions and us providing it, but us actually going into the community and sharing it. Like, of course, we have things with renewable energy, then what we're trying to do, and just sharing our different efforts. So really having that two-way conversation with our residents. And I think that opens more pathways to let them know that we're here for them, to serve them, and to really work on our CECAP goals together.
So let's talk about urban agriculture for a second, right? So you're talking about like community gardens for real, and like getting them from like farm to market. Do you guys got like restaurants or grocery stores? How are you guys implementing this urban agriculture agenda?
Great question. So out of the CECAP, goal number 7 is to increase the amount of food grown here within the city of Dallas. Of course, bringing more outreach to the growers in our city.
Okay.
And one of the key things that we have seen is just reducing those barriers, whether it's a permit situation that the growers want to do something on their property, but might need a little bit of help facilitating. That's where our...
That's beautiful. Joaquin, like when you're talking about getting solar into these communities, are there any biases that you're encountering against it? Do people have skepticism? Are there like some cultural barriers? What are you seeing out there in the field when you're trying to get solar into people's houses?
Yeah, that it's going to be somewhat of a burden. It's not like the prettiest. And she is a retiree, and she believes that climate change is happening, and she wanted to be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Right.
And so when she found out about the program through an insert in a water bill that city provides, she decided this is an opportunity to make some change and do that. She did her research, your taxes on your property. So that was a plus. Her insurance didn't go up very much, maybe $100 over the course of the year.
Oh.
So she was really excited that something like this was available through the city of Dallas, but also because we work in partnership with the city. She saw the legitimacy to the program, saw that it was probably vetted by the city as well, and that we've done this in other multiple cities, not only in Texas, but also across the nation as well, in other states.
Got you. So this is a question for either of you. Are there any policy changes that you would like to see? Things that would make your job a lot easier if it were implemented into law? This is anybody.
Yeah, well, I would say one of them was implemented recently in the last Texas legislature.
Okay.
SB 1036, which was Consumer Protection Texas website to ensure that they're licensed, but also for the fraudulent actors that are involved in like the scams, they'll get fined now. So they're going to get penalized for their bad behavior.
I love that. I love that. How about you? Are there any policy changes that you'd like to see? Have there been any policy victories or defeats that honestly have assisted or implemented your mission?
Of the CECAP itself. A lot of the different departments use CECAP as a framework. For example, the Department of Aviation recently adopted their sustainability master plan, and they touch in some points about CECAP as well.
The architecture of government in the state of Texas is actually pretty open to more sources of energy. They seem to be more open to sustainability than maybe one's previous stereotypes about Texas might have suggested. And I was wondering about the statement that I saw in the blurb that I had to read about this, you know, to really do my research on you guys, and that was that love is a pathway to sustainable change. And I said, love? Break that down to me, because it sounded like you were talking about, but seriously, talk about love as a pathway to sustainable change. What does that mean to you guys?
For me, it means, you know, there's some challenges, and maybe people might not be on board with wanting to support us. But where the love really comes in, it's knowing that going with them right now, that they're able to enjoy them in the future as well.
For sure. The small changes that we make every day are things that can add up by the millions over time that you're attacking in the near future that we need to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, the urban heat island effect is a really big topic right now.
About the heat islands, because man, I didn't know nothing about that until recently. I found out that just because you got concrete in a certain place, it can make your city 10 or 15.
And we mapped the whole city. We had about 70 plus volunteers that had sensors on their vehicles.
Wow.
And they drove pre-routed routes around the city from one point to another.
Right.
We did see that from the coolest to the hottest point in the city of Dallas, there was a 10-degree difference.
That's a lot.
Right now we're developing our heat intervention guidebook.
Nice.
So hopefully that can guide us how we do that.
So tell me.
Different kind of pavements that we can use that absorb more of the heat instead of just it reflecting back.
What's up? When it comes to sun and the things that you guys are doing, what is a major project that you guys are invested in right now that we need to be on the lookout for?
I mean, it happens every year. We partner with cities like Dallas to bring solar to a larger group of people, thousands of, and then establishing that trust in the community, making sure that, you know, they know this is a legitimate program, letting them know the savings that that will bring and the impacts that it will have in the community, and then just kind of helping that grow so that there's more solar adoption, less
effective. Do they feel any competition pressure from their profits? Because if you're bringing somebody's bills down, that means that somebody might not be getting paid. So do they feel like a competitive relationship with you all, or are they working with you to implement these solutions, the traditional energy providers?
Yeah, sure. So this year we are providing, traditionally we don't really work with them, I suppose. Like, they're not a direct competitor, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
But there are certain plans. Cash.
Gotcha.
Now in the state of Texas, that's not really a thing anymore. Net metering is something that's not available here, where you pay the same amount that you have to pay the utility for your electricity that you are on their plan for. Here it's about 3 cents, so it's not a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, as more awareness and builds in the community and across the state of Texas, and understanding that this is a legitimate, be seen as a indicator to the market that this is something that should be invested in more by the utilities themselves.
That's beautiful. You guys, we got the state of Texas doing big things in the field of green. Give them a round of applause, y'all. We got Mendez and Joaquin Escalante representing CECAP and Sun. This is just one small part of what the state of Texas is doing to go green and make sure that we have a system we know now. And so this is Earthx 2026. We are right here in the beautiful Anatole Hotel, and we will be back. Thank you so much for your attention and time.
EarthX. Welcome to John Dabbar, the Executive Director of the National Petroleum Council.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you, John. So, talk about the planet here at EarthX and the needs of the planet. There is this crazy sort of juxtaposition that I think there's probably no one, all of us here think we need to get rid of oil. Now you live in that juxtaposition all the time. How do you find your way there?
Well, it's a really interesting question, and one of the quotes I like to use, a big part of the work that the Council does as a Federal Advisory Committee is we bring together both the oil and gas industry and the roughly 90 members of the Council from that industry with the other 90 members of the Council who are not in the oil and gas industry. We have academics, electric power companies and utilities, state regulators, Native American tribal members, think tanks, environmental organizations. And so we really try to provide a wide aperture on here's energy policy. Yes, oil and gas is a part of it. But for example, and I'd like to talk more about it, electricity is a core part of what the Council advises on. No surprise, you can make electricity from oil and gas, especially natural gas. And the industry uses a lot of electricity, particularly in refineries, chemical plants. So you can't have oil and gas without electricity or vice versa. So that's a big part of how we approach it. And we've really tried to focus on it's not either or, it's not do you like oil and gas, do you like electricity? There's a purpose for each, and that's how we approach it.
Can a National Petroleum Institute plan for a future without petroleum?
Probably not. Inherent in our advice are what can we do to make energy reliable, affordable, and secure. Every one of our policy studies always involves an environmental concern, and that's environment writ large, not only greenhouse gases. We've done studies specifically to greenhouse gases, but sort of broad petroleum. It's for planning on making the petroleum industry a better contributor to society.
Can you even imagine you know a lot about oil, you're now running the Petroleum Institute, but before that you were an oil executive to societies. Is it even possible? But you hear all those people at an environmental conference like this say, well, we need to do, we need to live in a world without oil. Do you believe in that? Is that?
Well, I respect that people have their view and have their aspirations, and I believe very strongly in listening to people who have contrary views. There's not a lot of benefit, feels good, but there's no benefit in living in an echo chamber. So we really try to engage both as members of the Council, but also widening the aperture and bringing in other viewpoints to say, okay, how can we incorporate your views into what we're trying? How energy use in all forms has grown over time, and that we're using more energy in all forms than we have at any time in the past. And that includes, for example, biomass. So there's a growth in energy consumption because it correlates pretty well with standard of living.
Yeah. So with all that experience you have in that big and important industry for all of us, I can imagine, you may have children. I think you told me about at least one of your sons playing ice hockey. We just talked about that. You may even have grandchildren. You get at that age. Do you get conversations in the family where they say, hey, Dad, how do we create that clean future that is important to me as, for my children and for...
That are supposed to treat me with respect.
Fair enough.
So no, it's a very good question that I have to be prepared to give both the sort of official answers, but I also am very frequently called upon in small private settings to talk about those subjects. And I really go back to kind of the three key messages that are in our policy advice. The first, by making energy affordable, you allow people to have a better standard of living. And that's both in the US and abroad that are being impacted by that. Whether you're building an electric power line, a pipeline, putting in an oil well, somebody lives or works in and around that location. And you really need to get their concerns understood up front. and incorporate what they really need, not what they maybe have read about, but what they really need to know, and tell them, really, this is what we're going to do to address your need. And then the third is, as I mentioned earlier, is continuous improvement on environmental protection. That is, looking at all aspects of that, whether it's protecting the wildlife that live in and around where we're producing oil. Alaska is a great example of that. Rules and leading on clean air technologies.
I'm going to back up here. You started your new job, I think 8 months ago, so not even a year. As a government to know. Well, a new executive director comes in, and I'm sure that somewhere he has a little list of things that I think we should do A, B, and C. So tell me what you brought to your new job.
So the very first thing we started working on was a study on purity brine that comes up. Historically, it's been just injected back down into the ground. We took on, starting in December this past year, a study on how you can both treat and there's a lot of locations in the U.S. where there's an oil and gas industry that are also what they call water-stressed locations, and beneficially reuse that water, both from a technical standpoint, how do you clean up water? It's a great science project, but also I don't want to put it into my drinking water. I don't want to give that to my children. So someplace in that continuum, there's a space for the technology and the
process, because that must be that there's some expense to that. It doesn't come for free. Is that worth it, so to say?
Well, so when you say worth it, the first thing is if you don't dispose of the water that comes up with the oil, you don't produce the oil. So you absolutely have to do something again in the process, in the oil and gas production process. By some statistics, roughly 95% of the water consumed in oil and gas production is reprocessed, reclaimed water. So that's the first point. The second is it's not an unlimited water you can re-inject, hence the concern about how do we reprocess it and reuse it.
And the price for the make it reusable, I mean, is that you have to use probably reverse osmosis or something like that to get it clean?
That's one of many technologies that are under, and there are entrepreneurs working on new what get deployed out into full-scale plants. And that's a big part of what we're doing is what is the so-called technology readiness level of these water purification technologies.
You see coming.
So it would be trite to just say AI, but actually what's really important is what's called machine learning and digital twins.
Okay.
The ability to gather happening in real life in a computer and take all of that data and the model and predict what is supposed to happen next. So unlike a large language model, production data from all the wells in the area, and then I measure these parameters in real time. And this is what's supposed to happen, and this is what's really happening, and why is there a difference, and how do I adjust it? So machine learning with artificial intelligence. That's really exciting.
And how does that benefit me?
Finding and developing and producing energy results in long-run marginal costs dropping and delivering less expensive energy.
And about that lower cost of energy, I see that as a major goal. You've said it a few times. I happen to come from a part of the world where gas prices are, Europe, where gas prices are twice as high. Not because it's use less energy, basically. I mean, that is a policy, but then not from your perspective.
So the last time, the solution is a carbon tax. We'd said that in several previous reports. We took our chairman said, take a much deeper tried and look at the pros and cons of each of those. Cap and trade, low carbon fuel standards. If these are the policy goals you have to achieve, here are the things you need, and you want to use this policy tool, here are the things you need to address to make it effective.
After a long other career, but in the same field, what is your goal? What do you want to achieve?
So we do three things in the county: respond to policy requests. So that in many cases, the person that runs one of these studies, they'll do it once in their life, primarily through the Department of Energy, but all parts of the federal government. to discuss what are the next questions. So that's the second thing we do. And then the third thing is I make sure that the staff is feeling productive and satisfied in their jobs.
Always a good thing to say. Are you accelerating innovation?
So I personally don't. We make policy recommendations on accelerating innovation, national laboratories. So the Department of Energy has 17 national labs. We're always making recommendations about things the national labs should put more R&D money into.
What's the best thing that will happen to the energy world in the next 10 years?
I think you're going to see a doubling of the recovery rates from U.S. shale. Yeah, thank you very much.
Director of Marketing, sorry, in Communications, Director of Communications at Avocados from Mexico. And that's an organization that is obviously, you start off?
It is the end of the day.
People get tired, it happens. Sustainability and the Director of Communications at Avocados from Mexico. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you.
We're going to talk
Thank you
about...
for having me.
Thank you, and we're going to talk about avocados. Something all of us eat, I hope, I say I hope regularly, maybe even every day. Very common product, but of course there's a world of things we don't know about avocados. So tell me what your mission is as head of sustainability for avocados.
Funded by two organizations. One is the Association of Growers and Packers of Avocados from Mexico, in Mexico, APAM, and the other one is the Mexican Has Avocado Importers Association here in the United States. And avocados were banned from the US for a very long time until 1994 when NAFTA was signed, and then we were able to import avocados from Mexico into the United States. But I represent the Mexican avocado industry that is integrated by these two organizations. And what we do at Avocados from Mexico is drive demand, drive consumption of avocados here in the US, as well as build a brand for growers. So it's really small farmers who export avocados into the US, 90 packing houses, and 200 importers in the US. So this is really kind of like a great story of how small farmers that have less than 5 acres bring their product into the US, and that's their livelihood.
Is that, I mean, are there other big avocados?
There's 2 states that are authorized or certified to export avocados from Mexico to the US. That's Michoacan and Jalisco. And that's also a beautiful story because Michoacan is really the only place in the world where avocados bloom 365 days. Okay. And
Yeah.
do I need to continue to talk? Okay.
Okay, so one more time, without looking at me, do what you just did prepare, then look at him, because we're watching, they're looking on camera, and again, it's much tighter, much closer to him.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, that's beautiful, that's great.
Thank you.
So you're in
We go back? So you're saying that all those farmers that you represent are small area farmers?
Yes.
Not small landowners?
90% of our farmers are small family farms that have been growing avocados for generations, and it's their livelihood. There are 2 states that are certified or allowed to export into the United States. One is Jalisco and the other one is Michoacan. And Michoacan also has a beautiful story because of the volcanic soil and the different elevator, so 365 days per year. And that's the only place that can really meet the growing U.S. demand for avocados.
Mm-hmm. So avocados use quite a bit of water.
Yes.
So that is probably, if you are working on sustainability, a concern. Or but then you need the water. So what can you do about that?
We are really in a privileged land. More than 60% of our orchards rely solely on rainfall. 36% of the additional orchards have 2 systems that are really irrigation systems that are really sustainable. One is micro sprinkling and the other one is drip irrigation. So really, we don't really, there's not a lot of irrigation that we need additionally from what we get from the rain. So yes, we consume a lot of water, but
it's there.
It's there.
So another area where you focus on is deforestation. Now, I can imagine that, yes, if you want to have a farm, any farm, also an avocado farm, you can't have too many trees there. Yes. So you cut the trees. So if people expand, then they want to produce more, they're going to cut more trees.
Yes.
So, but what do you do then? Do you not do that, or you stop that, or how can you mitigate that?
Well, it's an interesting story as well because, as I mentioned before, we have 36,000 growers. So there's 54,000 orchards in Michoacan at the moment, and so they're really small farms. Now, more than 80% of our orchards have never been deforested. It's a region that it's like agricultural by nature, but it's also surrounded by forest. So it's a really connected ecosystem. Now, in those cases where there has been kind of like a change in the land use and there's been some deforestation happen, all the avocado exports are deforestation free. So in that agreement, there's like compensation mechanisms and regularization mechanisms so that we kind of.
What do you see as your biggest challenge, if again, from the focus of sustainability, what do you need to improve on?
Well, we actually launched the Path to Sustainability last April, in April 2025, livelihood, and they had a lot of environmental friendly and responsible agricultural practices, but what we did was put together in one strategy with like a North Star vision, what we wanted for the industry. And we launched this as a Path to Sustainability, and we were really focusing on 4 areas that represent not only kind of like an opportunity, but we knew that there were some risks that we needed to manage. So one is water, and because of how the land in the avocado producing region is very rich, we want to make sure that we conserve and preserve the ecological connectivity between those. And avocados grow in trees. So we do have some carbon capture that we do. We just want to make sure that all those programs are connected towards our goal of net zero by 2030. We're advancing towards those goals as well.
How do you bring the avocados from Mexico to the U.S.?
Mostly by truck through Texas.
And so these trucks today use oil?
Yes.
And is there a plan for them to be electric trucks, or what do you do?
Well, that's the other thing. Mexicans. So avocados come from farm to table in 2 to 5 days. So there's no other supply chain that is more sustainable than us coming, from Mexico to the U.S.
In terms of
anything related to what's.
But let's back up on this one. You said 2 to 5 days.
2 to 5 days.
From the moment the farmer picks it from the tree?
Yes.
Till I see it on my plate?
Yes.
2 days? That's pretty impressive.
Now, to address kind of like what you were saying, distribution, marketing, you know, it's not only what happens on the orchard, in the orchard, it's also what's happening kind of like throughout the supply chain. So we really kind of like, with big commitments, is through 5 programs: governance and culture, the culture shift, sustainable orchards, sustainable packing houses, marketing and distribution.
That's important too, I suppose, right?
Yes, absolutely. We're trying to kind of like make sure that all the family farms that have worked at this, you know, industry for generations are aware of, you know, where like impacts our dependencies on.
What is your, you know, what story do you tell them? What is the biggest success story?
Well, I think the biggest success story, Mexican avocado imports to the U.S. in less than 7 years. We are not only kind of like driving consumption of avocados in the U.S., which is like great in terms of health and wellness benefits for the U.S. consumer, but we're also expanding the market. Mexico is the only place in the world that can meet U.S. demand, and this industry is not only great for the U.S. consumer, but also generates more than 120 sides of the border, and it's really like a win-win story between Mexico and the U.S. So that's incredible. And we're doing this sustainable so that we can keep growing, so even better.
So, of course, you mentioned it is also a big employer, not just in the U.S., but I guess in avocados.
Maybe.
You
I
see
think
that
it's
happening
very profitable, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. So I think it's it has changed the, you know, the quality of life in Michoacán and Jalisco for sure.
So compare that for me. In, say, coffee or bananas, is avocado much better for farmers?
Well, avocado, I mean, it is in the sense that they're, you know, able to sell more of their avocados. And as I said, Mexico is the #1 producer of avocados in the world, the #1 exporter, and we're right next to the #1 market for avocados. So that's always an advantage. Now, the Mexican avocado market is also big. And so whatever they don't sell to the US, they can sell in the national market.
Are you happy with promoting avocados in the world?
Yes. It's an iconic product of Mexico, so I'm happy to be an ambassador of Mexico that way.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.